Hello! How am you? You alright, love? I don't know, I just saying words. Don't pin that! Wayward. You are a sausage.
Stop it. Get some help.
True. Thank you, Ella Bella Init, for resubscribing. Hiya to you too. And thank you, Solly, for resubscribing. Why would Cromblins do this? Exactly, why would he do this? He's so anti-Semitic. We're on a hype train. If we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger Britain because it's dead. Yes, we've got question time coming up at the top-ish of the hour. Why is Twitter being absolute dog shit? Oh yeah, because it's run by a fucking idiot. Sorry, I get emotional. Yes, we're going to be on with No Justice of the MTGs. Which is fucking awesome. And if you disagree, you can eat all of my anuses. My as yet indeterminate number of anuses. Anyway, you can give us both money if you wanted to. You don't have to, of course. That would be a very silly thing to suggest.
Good evening, Kev.
Hello there, Helena. Apologies for my slight lateness. It was Jeremy Corbyn's fault.
I mean, of course, absolutely, very easy to blame him because he's at fault for everything.
Well, I would have been on time if it weren't for him. I was shamed by his anti-Semitic tardiness. And so I had to be late. Sorry, I couldn't not do it.
The return of the
Perfectly reasonable. He's done many things to ruin people's lives, and this is just another one to add to the ever-increasing pile.
True.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not doing too. I was doing well, and then I found out the most important piece of news of the year, and it's made me furious.
Go on then.
Is that we have approved the Chagos Islands deal, the most important issue in politics, 2025.
9/11 for Kemi Badenoch there. Then she's in fucking shambles at the minute. God bless her. Can we all just have like a whip round for Kemi? Have we got? Has anyone done a wellness check? Because I haven't heard from her for several hours, so she's all over the place. What is it with Starmer and doing fuck off ridiculous long deals all the bastard time? We've got a century's worth of $3 billion a time with Ukraine, 99-year deal with Mauritius, which is going to be underwater in 20 years. What's the fucking point of that? Jesus. Like, Keir Starmer's going to be costing us a fortune long after he's fucking dead. Jesus. But anyway, yeah. Like, the only people who are angry about this are fucking mentalists. Like genuinely unwell human beings.
There is one group of people who can legitimately be angry about this, and that's the Chagosians, right? That's the one singular group that are allowed to be angry with this.
Well, indeed, and I love the fact that earlier today there was an injunction placed by two of the Chagosian people in the British High Court, which temporarily suspended the deal from going through for like an hour. And then they went, no, it's fine, actually. Yeah, fuck it. So that's... Well, it's surprising how fast the wheels of justice turn when the British government want them to.
True. Just like with the sentencing of Lucy Conley, the political prisoner.
The political prisoner. Honestly, we need to break her out. We need to break her out. She's being oppressed.
Before we move on to Lucy Conley, I would like to point out about the Chagos Islands deal. Tom Harwood sent out this genuine tweet, which was fucking hilarious, right? Absolutely hate it here. Is this what Suez felt like? Perhaps the Cod Wars? Total capitulation, total emasculation, defeat. I was like, his dick fell off because the UK obeyed an ICJ ruling.
Yeah. Well done, Tom. You are a fucking melt.
Like, again, just get some real problems. Get some real fucking problems.
Also, I mean, the Cod War, it was embarrassing. Or the Cod Wars, I should say. Losing a war to a country with no military is pretty embarrassing. Especially because it's America fucking us over. But ultimately, what did we lose there? Some universal access fishing rights. I'll be honest, we've survived. It hasn't really affected us all that much. And Suez, let me just check, is in fucking Egypt, you cunt! What fucking claim do we have over any of these things?
That's the thing, right?
They're obsessed. They're like, we don't live in the 18th century. You can't just claim foreign bits of land, you prick.
And like, what's fucking hilarious, hilariously sad, I guess, really, is that the decolonization project was essentially started by the greatest Tory prime minister of all time, which is Harold Macmillan. Because the kind of the great decolonizer, right? And this was a deal that was first put forward by James Cleverly as foreign secretary. Right. So it's hardly as if this is something that is outside of the Tories' remit or even the Conservative remit in the kind of post-war world, right? Yeah. It's happening at the time when the right have become so radicalized that they genuinely want to return to colonialism and imperialism.
I do have to just pull you up, though. There's clearly a better Tory prime minister, and that is Elizabeth Truss.
I mean,
clearly and obviously, she destroyed the British economy, therefore bringing into doubt the future of capitalism. Well done, comrade. And then purposely, single-handedly strangled the Queen to death in her sleep. That's literally how that happened, and you can take me to court on that, Liz, if you want.
A queen, we stand. We stand.
Exactly, the only queen I will ever bow for. Anyway,
as Ben points out in chat, though, Macmillan would get kicked out of the Labour Party for being too left-wing. It's true. It's literally completely true.
Well, exactly. Fucking William Gladstone has just lost the Labour whip. Yeah. Anyway, on
to Lucy Connolly. We were just about to get
there. Well, we were about to get there, but I've just got to say things because people gave me money. Thank you, Phil Decker, for bitty bits. R.I. Rest in piss, Britain. Thank you. That's the kind of anti-British attitude I've tried to inculcate on this channel. Thank you, Over Historian. Thank you, Marcel Paul, even though you are French, but I will forgive you for that. And yeah, thank you everyone for the successful hype train. Much love. Don't forget to give No Justice MTG money as well, because she is fucking awesome.
I'm pretty good. It's been said.
Yeah. You know who's not good? British domestic terrorists like Lucy Connolly.
I mean, obviously she herself is not actually a domestic terrorist, but she did incite a terror attack. You know.
Yeah, I mean, do we say the hate preacher that gets someone to fly a plane into a building isn't also a terrorist?
Like, what was the sentence? Well, the sentence that she said was, "Set fire to the hotels with the bastards, with full of the bastards for all I care." Right?
Yeah.
And you got to imagine if, for example, a Muslim said, "We have to burn down the churches full of the kafir for all I care," or someone should burn down the churches full of the kafir.
How are you going to radicalise the moderates if you don't do that? You know.
But if the Muslim said that, like all of these self-same people would be saying correctly that was incitement to terrorism. You know.
Yeah.
They would correctly be saying this, but again, she gets away with it, and now because she's white, because she's Christian, she gets away with it as a political prisoner.
Have we noticed that the Ukrainian who firebombed the house of the Prime Minister, not a peep? That's basically not in the press at all. Imagine for a second, had he been called Mustafa.
Exactly.
I think we might know everything about his backstory, every sordid detail of his life. And the fact that he once said Allahu Akbar in public with menacing intent. Like, it's ridiculous. The double standards are farcical.
They would find the most kind of evil-looking picture of him and parade it around all of the news channels, just like they did with Axel Rudikabana, right?
Yeah, exactly. That one picture where he looks menacing as fuck. Which, to be fair, like, it is a fierce picture. That picture is fucking hard. But and then you compare that to whenever you see a story of like, oh, a family died or whatever, and it's a picture of like a white guy with a lovely kind of bucolic picture of him and his family together, you think like he definitely killed those people, right? And that this is the picture they're going to use to represent that, is this wonderful picture of domestic bliss, even though he literally murdered them and then killed himself and burnt the house down or something like what?
He was troubled though. He was just troubled.
Yeah, exactly. He was under financial stress. So it's fine that he fucking murdered all of his family, yeah. Whereas, you know, black child murdered by police and they get like the they AI him to be a fucking rapper or something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think I enjoyed your segment with Curtis on Turn Left about this, right? I think the sentence was too long, but she did fucking plead guilty.
Well, exactly, yeah. You can't argue. And that's, I mean, firstly, thank you for watching Turn Left, supporting independent media. And secondly, yeah.
But by that I mean supporting social justice that's there on social media.
Yes.
Sorry, every time Turn Left is brought up, I can't help because there's just such a kind of weird, idiosyncratic way that Corbyn says that.
Yes, that is true, but I've also taken to muting myself and then going like, Heil Corbyn! As a joke at the end of the thing. But I mute myself so it doesn't like go through on the stream, which would just be weird. Anyway, it comes through on my stream, obviously, because, you know, my people get it. Anyway, what was it? I've totally forgotten what I was saying. Oh yeah, so the thing with Lucy Connolly is that you can't argue on the one hand either that it's a free speech issue when she pled guilty, because again she chose to plead guilty, and her case in the appeal seemed to be that I didn't understand that saying guilty when asked to plead innocent or guilty would lead to me being thought of as guilty. Which, like, I'll be honest with you, the appeals court should have lengthened the sentence for taking the piss, frankly. Like, you pled guilty. What did you think that word meant? Did you not know? You could have asked. They'd have given you a dictionary, you dopey bastard.
I mean, no, clearly she should have the sentence reduced because clearly she's too stupid to know anything about the world.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
We'll let you off with the terror attack that you incited because you're an idiot.
Yeah, but I mean, in so many ways, like, I don't. You can get away with certain things on the grounds of temporary insanity. Can you get away with things on the basis of fundamental ignorance? I don't know. And they're dangerous as well, so I think they would have to be, like, you wouldn't put them in jail, but you would have to put them in some sort of protective custody, I think. Yeah.
This reminds me of a Frankie Boyle quote when he was on one of like Charlie Brooker's programs. They talk about Deal or No Deal, and there was just like talk about have you ever watched much Deal or No Deal, Kev?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And how people would kind of ask for help from like the audience and from the other contestants during the game show, and Frankie Boyle was like, "Hang on a minute, if you need help randomly pointing at boxes, you fucking better win top prize because you need fucking round the clock care."
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And they'll say, like, what also gets me is they'll say thank you to a person opening a random box with a low number in it. Why? They didn't choose. Yeah, it's completely random. So that'd be like saying thank you to Paul the Octopus for picking your football team in the fucking thing. Like, it's totally random. They didn't choose it. And they'll like console a person who like opens the box and it's a big number, so that person's the main person is now fucked and he's going to be offered tuppence. So like why they didn't choose that? Why is anyone feeling sad about that? It's a random number generator, basically.
Although apparently, like Noel Edmonds is into this like cosmic ordering thing, so I think he genuinely thinks there's some kind of link between the people and the boxes that they open.
Yeah, because he's mental. Did you know the original Mr. Blobby was a contestant on that show as well?
I didn't know
yeah,
that, no.
The guy who originally was the Mr. Blobby in the suit. Not like he didn't turn up in the suit. He's a real human who's a failed actor. Let's be honest. Yeah, he hard up on his money and all the rest of it until he became a contestant on that show. I don't know if he won much in the end. Are they guaranteed to win? Do they just stay on until it's their turn? I don't really know. I've only watched bits and bobs of it because it's shit.
Yeah, from what I'm aware, that they all eventually have their turn unless the whole program ends.
Which it will at some point, presumably, along with the heat death of the universe.
True. One thing was quite funny is one on that same show where they were discussing Deal or No Deal. Charlie Brooker described Noel Edmonds as looking like someone who's going to an 80s theme party as Noel Edmonds.
He does. He genuinely does, yeah. Have I ever told you the story of going to Crinkley Bottom?
No?
Yeah.
No,
So,
please, do tell.
yeah.
Do tell.
So back when Noel Edmonds was at the height of his fame, if you remember Noel Edmonds' house party back in the 1990s. Do you remember
Yep.
the 1990s where the world seemed bright and future had fucking prospects in it, and you didn't feel like every day was going to be the fucking same forever?
It was good times.
It
good
was
times.
awesome. It was awesome. Anyway, that was set in the fake town of Crinkley Bottom in Yorkshire. The actual house that you see at the start of the show where it zooms in, that's real and there, and is a lovely kind of, National Trust house. Yeah, fine. But they also, for a brief period, in a moment of hubris, opened a Noel Edmonds house party theme park in the grounds of the house, which was awful and shit, and you can now find, like, Chernobyl-style desolation videos of that place now, because it's completely abandoned and no one gives a fuck, and it's all overgrown and horrible. But anyway, during a time we went there, and it's one of my earliest memories was the look of embarrassment on my parents' face as we were led out of the park because I had been stealing the 1 and 2 pence coins that had been thrown into the wishing well. I was like 4 or 5 at the time, so like, come on, cut me some slack. But yeah, I was being gay and doing crimes before it was cool. Is all I'm saying. So
I mean,
that's my story of how I got into crime early.
I mean, it's kind of a victimless crime, isn't it? No one else is fishing the coins out.
Well, exactly, because presumably the park just collect that money at the end of the day. So, I mean, in many respects, it was praxis. I was stopping an evil capitalist entity stealing the dreams of the people. Or I just wanted to take the money and buy some chocolate. It's probably more the rationale.
How evil! How evil! Your parents must be expelled.
Anyway, so yeah, that's the story of young Kev and criminality at Crinkley Bottom. Fact.
You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it.
Indeed. Oh God. So
We'll probably just get on to the big news, shouldn't we?
well, which big news? The murdered Israeli big news, or the tens of thousands of murdered Gazans big news?
Oh no! Oh well, the dead Israeli, right? The one sons of bitches versus the 10,000 sons of bitches.
Oh, that is the international monetary transfer value.
It's true. It's true. That is the exchange rate of sons of bitches.
True. Oh God, yeah. So is it? I think it's 2 people who were killed, right? I think out of 4 that were targeted. They were, of course, technically, in a very legalistic sense, entirely innocent people. Gunned down by a guy who was shouting "Free Palestine." Not a great look on PR terms, but
I mean, it's just like, I think, because now we're not discussing the genocide in Gaza. We're discussing
exactly.
It's like, even if you were trying to make some kind of twisted utilitarian case for this, rather than just understanding that murdering civilians is bad, then you can't even justify it that way, because now all of the kind of the public sentiment that we've kind of cultivated towards Palestine has been completely overridden by whatever fucking weeks and weeks of content that's going to get made out of this by the Trump administration.
Oh, and they will, in the same way that October 7th still gets brought up. This will be another, like, oh, innocent Jewish life has been snuffed out. And
even
of course,
one of those like a German Christian.
Yeah, and like their Israeli embassy employees actively participating on behalf of the government of a genocidal regime. They're not entirely innocent. Now, that doesn't mean you can go and shoot them dead, obviously. That's not how things work. But I also can't feel sorry for them. I just can't. I can't bring myself to feel anything other than contempt for them, and the fact that they're dead, I don't think is a travesty on for the world. I don't think anything of value was lost.
I mean,
the problem is, like you say, that now we're not talking about a genocide. We're now talking about 2 pampered Western Zionist wankers, and that's the problem. In the same way that I think Kneecap did a very, very worthwhile thing in releasing their statement, because one of their members has now been officially charged with a terrorist offence for waving a flag. Although, interestingly, the Lucy Connolly defenders have not come out in support of that person. So,
I mean, that is the thing, right? That is the thing, you know? I mean, it is very, very clear in the prescription of Hezbollah that if you show anything that might allude to you being a supporter of the terrorist group, they can arrest you. Like, it's not difficult. It's not difficult to not do that, right? I'm not saying it's good or it's just or whatever, you know. Like, I again, as you say, it's with the free speech defenders haven't come out about this one, right? But at the end of the day, like, you can't be surprised when this shit happens. A lot of people are talking about this as if it's some kind of giant travesty, and I'm like, well, you can disagree with the law, and it is, and I also would disagree with you. But it's very clear. They just in the same way they arrested the people with the paraglider patches on their jackets at the Palestine protest, right? If you wave like the flag around for a prescribed terrorist group, the police are gonna fucking arrest you. Okay, like, we can say that's bad all we want to do so, and I would agree in saying that it's bad because I believe more free speech than this. But like, this is still against the law. Like, it just is against the law.
Yes. But I think the statement they put out, I think was very worthwhile, in that obviously they deny, you know, the charges, etc., etc., but that ultimately they're not the story. That the thing we need to be focusing on is the fact that there is a fucking genocide taking place, and this is intentionally part of the sort of distraction that that the establishment, and especially kind of Zionist propagandists, want. Talk about anything other than the actual genocide taking place.
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And the people in chat pointing out that I think that apparently the flag was just thrown onto the stage. It was part of the performance. And I'm like, well, if it's true, if those things are on the part of the performance and it was thrown on stage and it wasn't like a public display of support, you know, they should get found innocent when it goes to trial, right? They'll plead innocent and they should be found innocent if they can prove that case. And there'll probably be plenty more actual video footage of the event to be able to show that that's the case, rather than just a explicit supporting statement of Hezbollah, right? Yeah. But again, these things are going to happen if you get pictured with these things. It's just the way of the world, unfortunately.
True. Although, again, I think this needs to be revisited, because the idea of waving a piece of cloth is inherently an absolute action of an absolute statement of support. I think is a bit ridiculous, you know?
Well, yeah, absolutely, I would agree.
If we are going to say that we support freedom of speech, I think this would come underneath it, frankly, especially during an artistic performance. Because, again, context clearly matters. If you're just walking down the street with the flag of Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis or something, or ISIS, whatever, that is vastly different than, you know, a production of the producers that waves Nazi flags on the stage, because the context there is clearly that this is meant to be a satirical portrayal of the thing. Now, I'm not suggesting also that Kneecap are doing what Mel Brooks was doing, because clearly they're being far more edgy and sort of skirting that line. But that's what rock stars do ultimately.
Well, yeah, of course, you know.
Rock stars have done far more edgy, fucked up, illegal, dangerous, violent shit. And often have faced very little by way of consequence for it.
Yeah.
So I hope they're found innocent, but I suspect they won't be. I suspect the British establishment has chosen them as their kind of, at the very least, a chilling reminder to other pro-Palestine people to essentially stay in your fucking lane.
Yeah, they're going to be used as an example. Yeah, exactly.
And you can sort of tell that because you can make all the violent threats you like against Jeremy Corbyn, apparently. But if you just generically say, you know, something terrible about a generic MP that isn't the evil Jombly Crumbly Jam Man, then they will come down and you look a ton of bricks. And again, the establishment are all lined up for this. They all want this thing to happen, for them to be used as an example. And I suspect that's what will happen, unfortunately. But
Yep.
they'll find out the Streisand effect and martyrdom are still very much real in the year of our Lord 20 and 25.
Yep. Also very true.
Yeah. What's this? I just heard that Trump admin said Harvard can't have international students.
Yep, they have literally blocked all international students, which I think makes up 27% of the intake.
Oh, so they literally just want to destroy academia, which is not surprising. But yeah, that will literally just financially kill the institution, presumably.
Well, that's the whole thing about Project 2025, right? It's people are getting educated to the point where they don't support the stupid shit that the conservatives want them to believe. And so they're going to try and close this shit down under the guise of the idea that, oh, well, the woke cultural Marxists are poisoning the minds of the youth, right? It's just another fucking satanic panic shit, Red Scare.
Yeah. And as always, it will massively hurt America and its place in the world. Because Harvard is one of the leading institutions of learning on Earth.
Yep.
At time of recording. But no, not for much longer, apparently.
What's interesting as well is that if they're gonna say no to a bunch of international students over in the American universities, that could be an excellent time for our also best universities in the world to take their money and
No,
not allowed.
Student bad. Care worker bad.
Ugh.
Random Indian not paying any national insurance. Good. EU members under the age of 30, fine. Apparently.
Yep.
Like, it's so odd. We're doing the racism without actually addressing the concerns of people regarding immigration. It's the worst of both worlds.
Oh, so thank you, Alistair Kerr, for the 10 gifted and the £5. You're going to co-star live with other channels, again, Reagan Elite, for example, cope with the excellent work that you do. I mean, I'm always up for more collabs whenever they come.
Well, you collab with, you rub shoulders with some of the media elite now, don't you?
True. I've sold out to the mainstream media.
You have. You're in the
lame stream media.
You're in the Ash Sarkar industrial complex now.
That's true. It's true.
You're in the pocket of Big Sarkar. And I'm here for it. I'll be honest. I love it.
Apparently, Harvard uses the money for international students to give free tuition to families making under $100,000 a year. Well, how fantastic that's not happening anymore. Brilliant. Great. Thanks, Trump.
Yeah, fucking stupid. But, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, because, of course, that's what Trump's going to target. They literally just passed a massive tax cut for rich bastards again, and snuck in some Medicare undermining as well. But he did also completely illegitimately and ahistorically attack Sybil Ramaphosa for white genocide in South Africa. So, yeah.
It's really fucking funny.
God almighty. They've elected Lawrence Southern to be president. Fuck me.
Literally, and it was the best part is it was like a tiny opposition. It was the EFF. It was a video of Julius Malema that he was playing in the White House, who were literally explicitly opposed to the ANC because Julius Malema was expelled from the party in like the 2000s, like over 15 years ago.
Although the him singing "Kill the Boar" is still a fucking meme.
It is such a meme.
You've got to love it. That goes extraordinarily hard.
I mean, it's funny because, of course, like the reality is that them singing "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer," that's just a song, right? It's a historical song. They don't, when their actual policy is just do some land reform.
Yeah, basic
right?
agrarian reform to address historical inequalities.
Literally.
Wow. Okay. Like their policy isn't, because I've checked on this. It isn't kill the Boer. That's not actually a policy they have. He just sang it on stage. Which, like, PR-wise in the West, probably not great. But let's be honest, a lot of people were singing along with him. So internally, it seems to have worked for him.
I mean, their vote did go down at the last election, but that was because the ANC split party, which name I'm not going to try and pronounce, hoovered up some...
Go on, try. It'll be very racist and funny.
I think it's Umkhonto we Sizwe. I forget how
That's
it's
very
pronounced.
racist.
Right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. But they took some of the EFF's votes because they're a little bit more hardline and socially conservative, from like as compared to the ANC. So they probably would have moved up some of the radical but more socially conservative votes that the EFF kind of won by default by being the more radical party of opposition, right? Because the EFF are famously very kind of socially progressive. Right? There's a really great speech for Julius Malema saying he supports the LGBTQ community.
Exactly. So the people who do want to kill the Boer but also want to kill the gay.
Yeah.
So
The gay Boers, so they're the 2 for 1.
exactly. Thank you, Doc Authority, for resubscribing. Fuck me, it's been 2 years. Somebody please send help.
Also, thank you for another £2. Did you see Musk reacting to the president's meeting with Cyril Ramaphosa? No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Did he suggest that they took the emerald mines? Is that what they said?
They started Zimmer was in Zambia anyway. It wasn't even in South Africa.
Close
it was like
enough.
extra colonial.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god, did you watch? I mean, talking of Southern Africa, did you watch any of the Test match today?
I did watch that. I mean, I watched some of it, but I had most of it honestly on TMS as well. It was good fun.
I'll be honest with you, it's not a Test match. For me, one of the key moments of transition between like the shit bit of the year and the good bit of the year is the first day of the Test match summer. And I've been robbed of that because the first day of the Test match summer was today, and it's a 4-day game against a team that would struggle in the second division of the county championship. Who put a team into bat on the flattest wicket I've ever seen and gave up 500 runs in a day.
For 3 wickets.
For 3 wickets. And let's be honest, 2 of those were given away. So,
yeah,
like,
that's true, yeah.
what is the fucking point? Like, and I like the fact that Zimbabwe want to play more Test match cricket. That's awesome. Good. Why give them 1 test and it's a 4-day game? You might as well just spit in their face and send them home.
I mean, it's literally round the corner from me, and I'm just like, kind of don't care.
Yeah,
could go.
It's a 4-day game, so it's not a Test match. It just isn't.
I mean, as Jim points out in chat, they let Zach Crawley get a century.
I mean, that's embarrassing.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that is fucking humiliating. Jesus Christ! The first 3 batsmen all scored centuries.
That's only the second. That's the first time in history the same 3 batsmen at 1, 2, and 3 have all scored centuries on the first ever Test match.
Yeah, which suggests that this current Zimbabwe team are not really at Test match standard.
No, but it was nice to watch Ollie Pope and Ben Duckett carting them around, honestly.
Yeah, mental, yeah. Nearly 6 and over. Nearly a run a ball. A fucking full Test match day at fucking 1-day rate. Very silly.
Yeah.
Very, very
silly. Absolutely. I mean, it is funny that literally they have like the Zimbabwean team has like the shittest of the Curran brothers playing for them because they had nobody else.
Yeah, but how wrong is it that of the 3 Curran brothers, he's the only one currently playing international cricket? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? God almighty. Although, did you say they were both in the crowd? So they're there. So I mean, they're both England internationals supporting the Zimbabwe team today. I think. I don't know.
They're gonna have somebody to support them.
True. Oh God, it's awful. But I mean, I'll watch it because obviously.
I might get a ticket for tomorrow. I've got the day off, so I might go turn up and see if I can get cheap tickets because no one's selling them. Well, no one's buying them. Sorry.
But you don't even drink, so how do you have fun?
That's true. But I mean, Harry Brook and Ben Stokes are the next up to bat.
So 10 and over. It's going 10 and over. I'm guaranteeing.
Well, that's the thing. Turn up, pay 20 quid, sit down, right? Wait till Harry Brook and Ben Stokes are out, which could be could be half an hour, could be 3 hours, and then I've got my money's worth. And then I can, to be fair, then I can also probably watch Sam Cooke fuck up a bunch of like Durham MCCU B team players.
True. Yeah. The India B team. Actually, no, they're not even that. Yeah, no, they're awful. God, yeah. Although, did you hear the 14-year-old is coming as part of the Indian team?
I did. Yeah.
Literally, the Indian. Apparently, he's very, very good. But there's a 14-year-old. There's a what? Is he prepubescent? I don't think so. I don't know. A child that will be arriving to play cricket against our national team. And I can't help but feel that he should be denied a visa. No, you can't come in. Go home. Go to school, you little prick. No, I'm not having
Child
it.
labour. We have violated child labour laws.
Well, let's be honest. I don't think those are very well enforced in Britain. I don't think that's an issue for the current government. In all honesty, they just don't want the brown people turning up. They might be considered immigrants. I hope they come on a big boat just in case.
I wonder if they're going to pay national insurance on their match fees.
That's interesting. I wonder if they are. I don't know. I hope so, but yeah, I don't know. It is technically earnings on British soil, right? They should do, but anyway. God. Also, Man United lost in the final of the European Cup or the UEFA Cup.
I saw Ash Sarkar was incredibly happy to see Tottenham win.
Well, I think she is a Tottenham fan.
She's yeah.
Which is interesting for an anti-Semite. That is Ash. If you're watching, that's a joke. I'm doing the Jeremy Corbyn bit.
Yeah.
Adolescent. He's a child. I'm not even going to say adolescent. He's just a child.
Yeah, he's under the age of 16. Like that is literally a child.
Like if you can't go for a pint after the game, you shouldn't be playing in the game. Simple as that. Not that many of the Indian team drink, probably, but that's not the point. I don't know.
I mean,
apparently
yeah, that's also
a
true.
racetrack now. Jesus.
Speaking of racetracks, it's also the Monaco Grand Prix weekend, which is of course the shittest Grand Prix.
Yay! The place that oh god. Okay. How do I say this within the terms of service? The event that I most hope. No, I can't say it. No, I can't say it. Let's just say. No, I can't say it. There's no terms of service way of me saying this very violent thing. No.
But at the end of the day, Monaco is shit because there's no overtaking. Basically the entire event is decided on the Saturday, and it is placed in the worst country in the world because it's sort of rich balance.
Yes, yeah. The conspicuous wealth and consumption is not great. Okay, let's put it this way: if there were a landslide off of the west coast of Sicily, no, not Sicily. What's the word? Sardinia. The one that's closest, right? And that led to a tsunami. I wouldn't cry.
No. But what about all of the yachts, Kevin? What about all of the yachts?
Yeah, no, that would be the bit I'd masturbate over. Yeah, that's the bit I'd most enjoy is the destruction of the yachts. Yeah,
absolutely. Yachticide.
Yeah, true. Although I do kind of want to race the track myself because it does look technical and silly.
I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed doing the track on like the games, but
you literally can't overtake. You can't. Like, there's nowhere to overtake ever.
Like, there isn't at all. Right? Like, the thing is, you used to be able to sometimes overtake it on the Anthony Notion. Now the cars are so wide, it's literally impossible.
You know what they should do? They should add Mario Kart style weapons. So that you can make the other cars slip out of position and stuff, or freeze them for a second so you can overtake them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you should do. That would make it far more fun. Anyway.
I mean, there are plenty of things we could make to make things much more fun.
Machine guns.
Yeah, power-ups.
Well, they do that in, was it Formula E? Or something?
Do they?
It's no, it's something where you have a certain power boost if you go through a certain part of a track every so often, and they get to go very fast for a bit.
I mean, you kind of have the DRS and stuff in Formula 1, but yeah, it is better in other motor racing disciplines.
True. Yeah.
I love how I could have this video uploaded onto my YouTube channel. Obviously, because it'll be the live stream will be saved before we move over to Twitch, and it's just going to be us talking about sports.
Well, why not?
True.
It's a slow news day. Nothing's happened.
Yeah, nothing's happened at all. No big news at all, apart from, of course, the world-ending, the country-destroying news that we've given away the Chagos Islands.
Again, can we please check up on your local Kemi Badenoch supporter?
A wellness check, absolutely.
Which is just her. Actually, does she even support Kemi Badenoch? I don't know.
No, she must have some real self-confidence issues.
Yeah, Formula E has a boost, I'm being told. Yeah, so I know there was something like that. I've flicked across the Formula One channel and seen various bits. What was I going to say? Fuck.
I think it's right. It's the biggest thing that people kept saying around the Chagos deal was like, oh, well, we're losing like a military strategic asset. I'm like, well, we're literally not. Because we're still getting access to Diego Garcia, which is the whole point, that we still wanted control over the territory.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Which, let's be honest, is the only reason the Americans even allowed us to do this. Which is pathetic that we need the Americans say so, but we do, obviously, because we're America's little bitch. And so the only reason they've even allowed us to do this is because we kept hold of Diego Garcia, which is basically an important base for them, and not really that much for us.
Exactly, yeah.
And £101 million a year sounds a lot, but it isn't. It just isn't at all. Like, Nigel Farage's trying to boost it, like, well, if you take into account the interest and compound interest, it'll be £42 billion. Yeah, over 99 years, you bell piece. What the and like I say, Mauritius is not going to exist in 50 years at this rate, so we're not going to... There's no way we give 100 years worth of $3 billion to Ukraine, obviously. That's never going to fucking happen. And we're not going to give all of this money to Mauritius either. So don't worry about it. It's really not a big deal at all. And, I mean, congratulations to the British government on abiding by one piece of international law. Bravo.
Yeah, and it's interesting after all of those months of continually ignoring international law when it comes to Gaza. Suddenly they found, well, maybe we will look what international law and the ICJ have to say about this particular issue, and nothing else.
Yeah. Very selective with the international laws they do want to follow and the ones they definitely don't want to follow. The international rules-based order, everybody. It's a pick and mix. Do whatever you like if you're rich enough.
But that's basically it, right?
Yeah.
Well, as long as you set the rules, like, who cares? Like, no one's gonna punish you for it.
Well, it was always the favourite piece of nonsense around the Iraq War. It was like, oh, he broke these 2 UN resolutions, and then you go, yeah, but Israel's broken like 26. It's still doing that now. It's got nuclear weapons that we know it definitely has, and has never allowed a single IAEA inspector into any of its facilities. But yet we need to worry about 15-minute fucking weapons from Iraq. No, 45-minute weapons from Iraq. No, we really don't, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking
absolutely
mental.
Right. Well, thank you, Error Taco, for the £5 super chat. This is off topic, but I should get this out there. The Tate Modern has covered up 7 suicides that have happened on their premises this year. That's very strange. I don't know what to say about that.
What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck's that? What? That is very peculiar. Also, peculiar. Yeah, can you not take us off the important topic of Zach Crawley making 100, please?
And therefore getting infinite access to the team forever, despite him sucking.
Yes, yeah. And again, technically it counts as a test match, but it isn't, and therefore shouldn't count towards statistics at all.
They came up with me all these mutants.
One thing I wanted to talk about before we move on to question time, one thing I did want to mention was this very interesting point that's been made by Aaron Bastani, which is that the Labour Party's General Secretary, they've decided to no longer publish the Labour Party's membership figures, which is really funny.
Well, yeah, because it'd be very embarrassing when it gets down to 7. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aaron points out it's probably because Reform are close to overtaking them in numbers, right?
Yeah.
Because in February, that's the last time they had an official reporting on how many members were in the party still, which is 309,000. Now, that sounds like a lot, and at the time, that was still the biggest party in the country. But this is worth comparing it to the fact that under Jeremy Corbyn, the membership was 600,000. So you've got to assume that that's double, more than double what it is now, if the kind of level at which the rate at which people were leaving the party since
they've lost-
February.
They've
the
lost
2nd.
Super Tansky, which means they've lost tens of thousands of middle-aged dads that like to wank over her videos.
They've lost Phil from a different bias, right?
Jesus
Like,
Christ, that guy's a dick rider. How the fuck have they lost him?
It's incredible. It is incredible, right? So, I mean, we've got to assume that it's basically half of what it was before, if they've kept losing members at the same rate as they were in the kind of months up to February, right? So, and that's a lot of money, right? It's at the £35, I think, per year it is.
Yeah.
So 300,000 members losing £35 a year. That's like 10 million they're losing. Sorry, there's over a million. Sorry, they're
True,
losing,
but
right?
they're now in government.
Over 10 million. Over 10 million.
They're
So
now in
losing over
government,
10 yeah.
so they'll be getting all of those bongs and kickbacks that the Tories were getting for all of those years.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think so. That they could replace the £10 million a year they've lost in revenue from memberships and then replace it with corporate donations. But what's also very funny is this other story,
Okay.
which is that the Labour Party are unable to balance their books this year.
Well, they are not fixing the foundations of their own fucking house. How are they going to do that for the nation?
literally.
Have they considered pulling their fucking bootstraps up?
It's just so funny to me that they essentially made the gamble, they had the gambit that we can lose all of these left-wing members. We can no longer be a mass movement party anymore.
I think you mean get rid of the fleas.
Well, yeah, they can shake off the fleas, as they kept saying that it was, you know. They could eject the Trotskyists, and they could replace all the membership subs that they'd lost with money from corporate donations, and that would be enough to tide them over. But that isn't true, right? So this is coming from Labour List. The party is operating under a recovery plan for 2025.
Okay.
With the aim of bringing finances to a planned but manageable deficit. So it's not even a plan to get them back into the black. It's to make the deficit they're in manageable.
Well, exactly. The reason I laugh is because I was watching a thing earlier about disasters and stuff, and when they move from rescue to recovery, is when they go from it's a lot. There might be people who are alive to no, they're definitely all dead. We just need to find their fucking bodies, and that's the state that Labour Party are currently in. Like they're definitely dead, but their rotting bodies are a health hazard, so we're going to just dig them up and bury them in a mass pit.
So
that's
the number that they've gone with that they need at least £4 million to fight elections in 2026.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait.
Which is obviously a huge amount of money because this was the exact same number for the biggest political donation in British history, which was the £4 million that they got from Quadrature Capital in the last week before they had to declare the donation before reporting for the election.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a lot of money. And that's literally half of what they've lost due to all of the members dropping off from the party from their height of 600k to around 300k.
Have they
now.
considered cutting back on avocado toast?
I wonder. Maybe they should stop. Maybe they just need a few more dresses being bought for their wives to be able to afford.
Honestly, I don't think he's going to be able to afford all of those tickets to the Arsenal anymore. I think he needs to cut his cloth accordingly. Okay, and run a tight ship and a household budget like a business. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of which, the document that's been seen by Labour List says that it is in a difficult financial position with a staff pay freeze and strict vacancy controls in place as it seeks to stabilise finances.
They're even austeritying themselves. Oh, Jesus. They're obsessed. It's an addiction.
I mean,
they're addicted. They're mainlining at the crack of Cameronism.
I mean, the problem, of course, is that when you are the government, you can always issue bonds.
Yeah.
You are a sovereign currency issue. Unfortunately, the Labour Party is not that. They do have to operate like it's a household budget. And unfortunately, they didn't budget for all of the people who funded them going, don't want to do that anymore. I think you might have pissed me off a little bit too much.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, DJ Che, for raiding it. And what a moment for you to have raided in. Much love to you. Everyone go and follow DJ Che. We're discussing the death of a formerly mass movement political party. Yay. Fucking hell.
I mean, that's the thing as well, is that you've got to remember is that they've also lost a bunch of union money. So
Good.
people
They
like
should lose all of it. Literally, a Labour council here in Birmingham, with the support of the national government, Labour, are using scab private labour to undermine Unite, the biggest contributor to the Labour Party outside of Quadrature Capital and all the rest of it, to undermine their workers and their members. Why are you giving them money? Why are you doing that? You're paying to be in an abusive relationship.
It's true. It's absolutely true. It is an abusive relationship. Obviously, Sharon Graham's kind of first edict, really, as leader, was saying, no, with no more blank cheques for Labour and cutting it to the minimum of affiliation fees and without actually going full hog and giving even more money otherwise. It's just the affiliation fees they're giving. And, of course, they lost a union. They lost the Bakers Workers and Allied Food Union. They lost the Bakers Union, and they didn't have like a huge amount of contributing funds, but it was certainly not nothing. And they left explicitly over the decision to not restore the whip to Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, fair, absolutely fair enough. Yeah. So they've lost the baker's dough. It's dough because that's another way of saying money as well.
Yeah,
I'm very clever.
Apparently, they spent £30 million on the general election.
How do you spend that much money and yet be that shit?
Gain no votes.
Yeah, to literally gain no votes. 30 million quid. Fucking hell. What did they spend that on exactly? Because it wasn't a decent comms team, I know that much.
I don't know, the Alan Gillarena's battle bus adverts on Facebook?
Yeah, a lot of boomer Facebook bullshit, yeah. That's true. Why no Kev in the corner? Because it's too hot, so I need the window open, which means if I put the light on, I'll get killed by moths. So I'm just not on screen tonight. Tough shit. Don't worry, it's not hot enough in Britain for long enough for it to matter. I'll just be not on screen every day. Yeah.
I mean, apparently, according to this article as well, that if they can't find a way of plugging the gaps in their income, they might actually have to borrow money to stay afloat, which is a recipe for kind of long-term disaster.
Hang on, but aren't there important fiscal rules around borrowing? That sounds like they're trying to borrow for everyday spending, which no. Okay,
It's true.
That's outrageous.
They're literally violating their own fiscal rules when it comes to their own party's internal workings, which is quite funny. What's also funny on top of this is that, as I said before, they were trying to replace the membership donations to fund their political campaigning with corporate money. Of course, that corporate money is not going to flow if they think that they're not going to be in government this time 2029, which of course doesn't look like they're going to be. They have -50 approval rating.
Oh yeah, no. Someone's just reminded me. This is what they spent the money on, 30 million. Oh, guys, if I'd forgotten about the existence of this absolute banger. This is what 30 million quid gets you.
Yes, it is. That's copyright music, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean it's just furry bait. That's what it is. It's just very weird. Oh. Why does hang on? I've just noticed the hedgehog, right? Hang on. It's got like a thing underneath its spikes, right? So that the arm, the shoulder goes underneath the spikes. So are they suggesting that the hedgehog wears those spikes as like a kind of defensive coat? It's not attached to its body. It's another layer of clothing. Very strange. Very strange.
That's absolutely what they spent. All that 30 million quid Kev spent well.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Worth every penny. Look at it. Fucking beautiful.
Well, I for one, Kevin.
Yeah.
I for one am looking forwards to the Labour Party's eventual bankruptcy, because that may cause the unions to be even more likely to disaffiliate.
True. And I'm looking forward to their bankruptcy so that their financial status can meet their moral status.
True.
Speaking of morally bankrupt, shall we watch some Question Time?
Let's do it.
Fuck yes. Dee. Where are we? Here we go. Right.
Right. Oh, speaking of which, I need to sort out the YouTubes.
Yes. Indeed, yes. As an ambassador of the furry community, I can tell you, nah, we don't want this shit either. Okay. Fair enough. So they tried to drag you in, but you weren't having it, and that's, you know what, I appreciate the political acumen of the furry community for that. Well done.
Also, it's worth actually. Let's put the point from a demo in chat that they did waste a lot of money as well on court cases against ex-Corbyn staffers that they were told they were going to lose anyway.
Yeah, because the money wasn't the point, was it? The trot hunting was the point.
Literally,
They're not in it. They're not in it for the financial balancing. They're in it for the game.
True, very, very true. So yeah, speaking of which, I am going to have to stop the YouTube stream now. We're going to be watching Question Time over on Twitch. I have put the Twitch link in the chat, so if you want to come watch Twitch with us, please click that link. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account for a free subscription on Twitch, which gives me money from Jeff Bezos at no additional cost to yourself. So you might as well
Indeed, so.
Get it all linked up.
Yeah. So basically, both of the largest UK parties are driving themselves out of existence. Yes, that is that is precisely true, Jaybeck. Yes, that is literally the long and short of it. Is that mirroring, I suppose, the decline of the major traditional parties of conservatism and or social democracy in various other parts of Europe, France being a very notable example, where neither of the traditional conservative or social democratic parties are anything anymore. They basically don't exist. The UK's major left and right parties won't also exist as functional operating ongoing concerns in 10 years if they carry on the way they are. Yes.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That's going to be the status of. I mean, it's an end of an era, and quite frankly, it's hardly had. I don't know. It's hardly been a uniquely positive one, given the Tories have been in power for most of it.
Oh, it's been awful, really. Yeah. No, the damage, to use a phrase, it's a squalid chapter in British history that's done lasting damage.
Incalculable
damage. Yes.
Indeed. Right. Yeah, I've put the Twitch link in the YouTube chat. So everyone, click the link I've put in the YouTube chat if you're watching on YouTube to come watch on Twitch. I'll be ending the stream in 1 minute over on the YouTube. So make sure you click the link to come watch Question Time on Twitch. It's good fun. It's good fun.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out one of the panelists today is called Zenny Milton Beddoes, which I don't believe is a real name.
No, that's completely made up. Yeah. Well, I mean, for a start, there are 2 hyphenated surnames tonight, which is nice, and 2 non-traditional British surnames as well. There's only really Dr. Kieran Mullen, who has like what you would call a kind of old school, normal sort of a name, and he's the whitest person there, obviously.
He's true. He's a real cue ball.
True.
Actually, he's less cue ball head and more. My head does not look like a sodding tic tac.
True.
Also, thank you, Ben, for pointing out in chat. Very funny that David Evans' 2 main promises in Labour were to professionalise the candidate process and to balance the books. And as soon as he leaves, we get a load of stories about dodgy stuff candidates have done, and you start going bankrupt.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair. Yeah, that's
right.
The long and short of it.
Okay, YouTube stream ending in 3, 2, 1. Click the link for Twitch. Goodbye. See you in a sec.
The Economist editor person. Yes, that's her. Yeah, the Beddoes individual.
Yes.
But there's also what's his face? Hashi Mohammed is okay.
He's really good. Yeah, I like him a lot. Yeah.
And then you've got Inaya Iman, who's
Florida man, yeah.
Yeah, who's a GB News wanker. And then a Tory and a red Tory. So, yay.
Right, we are all good to go. I'm now fully Twitchified.
Hello there to the Raiderinos on the YouTube. Don't hit the subscribe button You're not allowed. See, reverse psychology. It's very clever.
And thank you, Mrs. Ruby, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Also,
Oh.
remember, if you're somebody who has used Prime in a previous month, you have to manually re-up your Prime every month for either myself or Kevin. So if you're somebody who watches on YouTube regularly, but it sometimes comes over for question time, you used your Prime sub, but it's run out, make sure you re-up it manually so that you get access to your benefits and I get access to the money.
Oh, we've got
Okay,
Wilfred
first.
Brimley as well here on the bottom right. Diabetes. There he is. Look at him, walrus moustache. You see him?
Absolutely.
Love it.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, why is that not coming through? What?
If you muted the site or the tab,
I don't think I have. What's this? Mute site? No, I haven't.
try refreshing.
Of the global news and
No, it just-
analysis.
Oh,
Yeah, it just didn't. For some reason.
okay.
Yeah, the audio just wasn't working. At the
Question
start.
time on
There
the
you
BBC
go.
News channel, on the BBC iPlayer.
License payer, getting their full money's worth.
Honestly, what a leftist show. That audio was fucking beautiful. Absolutely lovely stuff. Thank you. Oh, good lord, what is this? Thank you, James Holmes, for gifting 10 memberships on YouTube. But I will.
Boiled like a baby otter.
Yeah, we don't need that fucking 10 times. Jesus. I'll just. There you go. Yes. So, yeah, just to goes to show you, even if you've got the largest news gathering organisation and one of the most technically gifted series of workers in the world behind you, you can still fuck up audio. So cut me some fucking slack, chat.
And BBC Sounds. On tonight's panel from the government is Nick Thomas Simmons. As Minister for European Union Relations, he led the talks into the small hours to seal this.
PPE Uxbridge wanker.
Is he?
Next. Yeah, he is.
Oh, of course he is.
Also, interestingly, he was briefly the tutor at one of Oxbridge College or whatever for Kayleigh McEnany, the current president's press secretary, when she was studying at Oxford.
Well, how wonderful.
Yeah.
This week's deal with the EU. More generally, he's a Cabinet Office Minister. Kieran Mullen is the Conservatives' Shadow Justice Minister. Before entering Parliament in 2019, he was a volunteer police officer, a special constable, and a doctor in...
Oh, God. Special Constable is the most briefcase wanker in the world. You're not even a proper copper. You're just... Oh, I'm a policeman on the weekend. Get fucked.
And also, did you? I was right. His head does look like a sodding Tic Tac.
It actually does. It actually does.
A&E, during which time he managed to campaign to leave the EU as well. For over a decade now, Zanny Minton-Beddoes has been editor-in-chief
Not a
of the
name.
global
Stop making up names. It's weird.
news and analysis magazine The
Thanks for
Economist.
the basis box,
Prior to
Gilbert.
that, she was the paper's business editor and was an economist at the International Monetary Fund. The journalist Inaya Falarin Iman is a former Brexit Party candidate and founder of the free speech forum, the Equiano Project. She's also a columnist, commentator, and...
It's so disgusting that she would use Equiano as a touch point. For those who don't know, look up that story. Amazing. A freed slave guy here in the UK. Anyway. As like the front for her weird far-right bullshit. It's gross. You're a very gross person.
a regular panellist on BBC Radio 4's Moral Maze. And Hashim Mohammed attended what he calls some of the country's worst schools. But since then, he's gone to Oxford, become a successful barrister, presents radio documentaries, and has written 2 books on social mobility and housing.
True, but like ethically speaking, I think Oxford is the worst school in the entirety of Britain. Just morally. Think of the creatures it's created. Also, can we stop pretending that Dulwich isn't just a bit of London? Like,
True.
Why does bits of London get different names? But everywhere in Birmingham is just Birmingham.
It's so true. It's so true. Literally, like they will treat Wolverhampton and Solihull like places of just like they're just extra extensions of Birmingham.
Well, that is
yet
true.
we have to
That is true.
yet we have to understand that Rickmansworth is its own little place. Fuck off, mate.
I'm not from Crystal Palace. I'm from Penge, actually. And yes, for Americans, there is a real place in London called Penge. I didn't just say a noise with my face. That does exist, and it is real. We are a serious country. You will take us seriously.
And the MP for Penge is the son of Sue Gray.
Because we're a serious country with a proper functioning democracy.
Ironically, Sue Gray's son wasn't the McSweeney candidate. The McSweeney candidate was a guy called Luke Murphy, who got enough money to have a constituency office immediately as soon as the candidate selection happened, because he worked at the IPPR with Morgan McSweeney, and then lost the election for the candidacy to Liam Conlon, who's Sue Gray's son, because he's actually a pretty kind of widely known constituency person. It just happens to be related. And then Luke Murphy magically managed to also get a constituency office in Basingstoke just before their PLP their PPC candidate selection process happened, and then magically managed to get selected for the Basingstoke seat. I wonder how that happened.
Coincidence? He's just got good office selection skills, okay?
Good evening. Welcome to our panellists. Welcome to our audience here in Dulwich. Great to see you. And welcome to you at home. Thank you very much for watching. You can just sit back and enjoy the programme, or you can take part in the conversation on social media, which is always pretty lively. Anyway, let's kick off with our first question, which is from Finola Gowers.
Has the government's EU reset deal given away more than we have gained?
So that was Monday. We found out about that. You were absolutely in the nerve centre of sorting this deal out. Have we given away more than we have gained?
Absolutely not. This deal is a real win for Britain. I set out with objectives of delivering a deal that would be good for jobs, that would lower bills, and that would be good for securing our borders. What we secured in those negotiations for the country, and by the way, don't take my word for this when I say about the price of the weekly shop falling. Just listen to what leading supermarkets are saying about how it will change cost pressures. Listen to Morrison's, listen to M&S, listen to Lidl. When I say that what we've done on energy...
Wow, would capitalist enterprises lie for financial gain?
I mean, again, like, I think that's probably reasonable that you reduce the red tape, quote unquote, that these people have to access products, right? They could theoretically pass the savings on to people, or indeed increase their wages. They won't do that, but they could.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bring energy bills down. Don't listen to me.
And
Listen
like,
to...
what I will say, and I mean, I said this on Normal Island last night, but I'll repeat myself. I'll give this deal a chance to work, right? I'll give them a bit of breathing space on this, because I don't necessarily hate it. I don't like some of the elements of it, but I'll give it a chance. And for setting the bar as low as it can go, this is the one thing Keir Starmer didn't lie about. He said he was going to reset the EU trading arrangement and blah, blah, blah. And he did. He's one manifesto pledge he's ever stuck to. Well done. You can do it. Bravo. Fucking hell.
I'm like, there are probably is some things in there for everybody. Like, young people might get access to Erasmus potentially, and this living arrangement, this free movement for young people, right? This youth mobility scheme that they might have access to. Exporters are now able to export like food goods because they're all going under EU standards now. There's going to be some kind of mutual arrangement around the asylum system, which a bunch of like the right wingers are gonna like. So I mean, there's bits and pieces basically for everybody, and nothing's huge. Like nothing's like kind of an epoch defining change, right? Yeah. But like, it's, as you say, they said they would rearrange something, and they have rearranged it. We've not joined the EU again. It's fundamentally kept the spirit of the original referendum result, whilst making things better for a bunch of different people. Anyone who's mad at this probably needs to get some real problems. Yeah,
pretty much. And this is sort of the what was the point, or the point I made at the time of the original sort of Brexit negotiations was, the only thing that people voted for was to leave the European Union, so that had to happen. Everything else was like up in the air. So why go to the hardest possible Brexit and alienate everybody else? Take the entire country with you. Say, okay, 17.4 million people wanted to leave the European Union, but not necessarily everybody wanted to leave the single market, or didn't want to join the EEA, or whatever. A compromise deal would have soothed a lot of the soreness, a lot of the kind of rift within the nation. But instead they went, no, let's just drive off the cliff. Fuck you. We don't need to reach out and like bring people with us that didn't vote for it. No, let's just make the situation infinitely worse. Ridiculous. And so this kind of deal could and should have been done at that time, but Boris Johnson was a feckless piece of garbage.
And what's, as somebody pointed out in chat as well, it is kind of taking the piss that Keir Starmer gets to be the one to parade his EU realignment deal
Yeah.
as some kind of huge win, when he is literally kind of patient zero for the fact that we had the hardest Brexit possible.
Yeah, true. That is true.
Because we could have had like a soft Brexit that could have been passed unilaterally between both Theresa May's government and Jeremy Corbyn's opposition. But the talks collapsed because Keir Starmer refused to allow any deal to be found that didn't include a second referendum, because of course he wanted one to destroy Corbyn.
Yes, yeah. But to be fair, he said he wanted to make Brexit work, and this is him trying to make Brexit work.
Well, it worked really well for the Labour right, didn't it?
It worked superbly well. I'm sure the FBPE people are very, very happy. Pricks.
Octopus Energy have been saying about bringing bills down. And on borders...
Again, would the energy companies lie for financial benefit? Why are you praying in aid the worst human beings in the country? Like, the fact that the energy companies like your deal means I'm very sceptical of it. Instantly.
Yeah,
like, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and give you some time for this deal to maybe work and make the situation slightly better, or slightly less shit, I suppose. But you're literally now saying, those energy companies that you all despise, they like this deal. You ever wonder why you're losing the comms war?
Just like when Emma Reynolds was on Sky News and said, well, people might be upset with the economy, but I know a load of CEOs and they say the economy is great. And I'm like,
honestly, they live in a different world, these fucking people. They honestly don't live around humans. They live around other lizard people in Kensington. Like, they just go to the same parties, they all went to the same schools. And, I live around lots of different types of people from all walks of life. High court judges, heart surgeons, lawyers, peers, everyone.
I mean, at the end of the day, is that I think a lot of it just comes down to this kind of mindset. A lot of Labour people who consider themselves to be part of the sensibles, the mindset they've got themselves into is essentially that we need to look like the adults in the room, and what the adults do is what the Tories do. Yeah. And so we need to just continually say, well, business likes this. And like, that period of politics is over. In the same way that Osborneism is over and there's no base for it. Like, you going, we need to do all these cuts because of £22 billion black hole. People don't give a shit. People just want living standards to go up. They're not buying the shit that they've been fed, like force-fed, like a mother hen regurgitating it up into the mouths of like starving chicks since 2010,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Issues like serious and organised crime where international criminals do not understand, recognise or respect borders. We will have more tools now, like facial recognition, sharing of information, enabling us to keep people in this country safer. We have a security and defence partnership too with the European Union, complementing our membership of NATO. So I've no doubt at all that this deal is going to make Britain safer, more secure and indeed more prosperous. It is in our national interest and other parties should be supporting it.
Well, Kieran Foster is supporting it. The Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, has said she's going to reverse the whole thing.
Well, let's be clear about what's happened this week.
Well, she won't, because she won't even be Tory leader in a year. So, literally, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, what she does or doesn't think is of no concern of anybody anymore.
Yeah, look, she is the least materially important leader of His Majesty's opposition ever. Never before has a leader of an opposition mattered less. Ever.
I mean, like, it's incredible. It's incredible that you usually have lame duck prime ministers. We have a lame duck Loto after 10 months.
True. Like, it's so... no one cares. And actually, and I don't think this was even intentional, but it so sums up how history has moved beyond the Tory party, that Nigel Farage has been putting out these things about, like, the Labour Party and the Reform and the various polling in by-elections and stuff. And he doesn't even put the Tories on the graphic anymore. They're not even there. They're not a factor. It's literally the Reform Party, Labour, Lib Dem, sometimes Green and other. The Tories aren't even there. He doesn't even put them on there. They're so irrelevant to the situation now, and they're so obviously dying, and he knows he's going to hoover up those votes. So they just doesn't even put him on there anymore, which is so much more insulting than if he just went, fuck the Tories, they're pricks. It's so much more embarrassing to be irrelevant. You know, it's the old thing about the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. You know? Yeah,
so true, so true. And even on BBC Politics Live, where literally part of the kind of the BBC's political framework for its programming forever, since time immemorial, right, for decades and decades, it's been, you have a politics program, you have a representative from the government, a representative from the opposition, and then various others. And on BBC Politics Live on Tuesday, there was no representative from the Conservative Party. Like, even the BBC realised the Tories are cooked as the official opposition. They had Lee Anderson instead.
It's nothing. They're nothing. They don't matter anymore. They're yesterday's news. Which is very funny to me. Fuck it. Good.
This is a Labour Party that is desperate in government for a positive news headline, and that's not surprising when you think about the challenges they're facing on economic growth, on unemployment, on things like the winter fuel payments, which they cut
literally
for 10 million.
true. The plus minus on approval of the government is literally rating the same as Rishi Sunak. The average that Rishi Sunak managed as Prime Minister is currently where Keir Starmer finds himself. Which is
not great, is it?
Not ideal, considering that, you know, Rishi Sunak, the most secure he ever looked as Prime Minister was standing at the Titanic docks being asked whether he was on board a sinking ship. That was the most secure he ever looked, you know what I mean? And Keir Starmer's now in that same fucking dry dock in Belfast.
Pensioners, they're incredibly unpopular, and they're just desperate for anything that makes it look like they're delivering, because they haven't been across the board.
So do you think this is a positive newsline then?
It's not when you see the fine print, I'm afraid, Fiona. It's easy to conclude a negotiation if you give the other side what they want. That isn't a success for this country, and particularly, for example, for our fishermen. One of the main beneficiaries potentially from Brexit is that fishermen, and that we could switch back to every year negotiating really hard.
You sold out the fishermen. Fuck off. The fact that the Labour Party are also selling out the fishermen is almost irrelevant because you already sold them out. What the fuck?
And even then, like, it's been pointed out already, like there are fewer people employed in the fishing industry, and it's worth less money to the UK than Games Workshop.
We need to invest in painted miniature futures.
Well, that's the thing, is that if we really want to do what's best for the UK economy, right? And again, he says, oh, well, they're giving away everything. Well, like, that's what happens in trade deals, right? You give something and they give something. Like, you do a trade. You don't get everything you want and then also your cake, and you eat it, and you also get a free puppy. No, you have to both give and take a little. And if we get dynamic alignment on the export of toy soldiers, then that is going to be more beneficial to us than whether or not we have kind of all of this sovereignty over some fishing waters that are worth basically nothing.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I just, it's horrific, but also quite funny to just think of, like, the silly bastards who were brought in by the lies of Brexit now having to watch Marcel and Helmut from the continent just taking our fucking fish. Just, it's awful. It's tragic, but also there's a sort of the tiny element of schadenfreude in there. Like, you did vote for these wankers. You did vote for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, a self-inflicted wound is less easy to feel sorry about, you know?
hard for them for a deal that's going to work for them. And of course the EU are desperate to stop us doing that, and instead Labour have handed them a 12-year agreement that is not in the interests of British fishermen, and the industry has been very clear about saying that.
Can we just talk about the fishing deal for a minute? Just because obviously what this is a continuation of the deal that the Conservative government brought in, admittedly for much longer, but the government is...
So it's literally what you were... So this is an absolute betrayal, a travesty, a treacherous undermining of the British fishermen. That's exactly the same as the deal that my government put in.
Just for longer.
Brilliant. I mean, bravo, mate. You are a fucking clown.
Well, that's someone made the point in chat, right? Is that if you want to make sure that these coastal towns that rely on the fishing industry stay afloat, then you also need to invest in them. And I'm like, well, part of the deal was the UK investing £360 million in the fishing industry in coastal communities, such as upgrading equipment. So yeah, they are also giving things back to the people that are perceived to have stuff taken away from them. Like, when was the last time the Conservatives ever gave any money to the fishermen?
Well, this is the entire point, right? Lots of industries have died out. Coal was always going to die out, whether it was because of financial uncompetitiveness or whether it was because of global warming or whatever. It was going to die at some point. So it wasn't that getting rid of that industry was in of itself the problem. It was the fact that, although of course I can understand why miners were fucking unhappy about that, naturally, but it's a matter of transitioning those communities into some kind of financial future, some kind of economic prosperity at some point at all. And instead they just went, nah, fuck you, and left them to rot and die. And they literally are basically ghost towns now, because any young, upwardly mobile, financially successful person leaves.
Well, I mean, not even necessarily upwardly mobile or financially successful. Somebody who wants any job.
Yeah, they have to go to London. Yeah.
And even then, over half of young people go into higher education. And a lot of these places haven't had the investment for a higher education establishment that's good. Again, that doesn't come out of magic. It has to be funded. It has to be supported. And these are, what were previously kind of fully state institutions that have then been slowly liberalised over time, right? Yeah. But unless you actually have somebody making the University of Accrington, the University of Redcar, like the University of Scunthorpe, then these towns are going to lose all of their young people to the universities of Leeds and Sheffield and Manchester and Liverpool, where the universities have been funded.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science.
So like, fishing towns like Grimsby and whatever, like that.
Boston.
Yeah, exactly. Boston, Lincolnshire. Yeah, a lot of that coastline has basically been allowed as part of the kind of great hollowing out of the north that has happened over the last 50 years. And has been allowed to by successive governments, in fact actively encouraged by successive governments to happen. They've already been punished under this, are now potentially going to get punished more. I just hope the Labour Party actually stick to this plan of reinvesting in these communities so that they have some kind of economic future outside of fishing, because clearly that industry is going away. It just is.
Have you thought, though, that these communities might actually benefit not from internal investment in those specific areas, or indeed other deindustrialised areas in the north? They would actually really benefit from a new Silicon Valley between Oxford and Cambridge.
True. Or free ports. Yeah.
Or a giant orb in London.
That is true. I mean, to be fair, that should just happen anyway, because that would be hilarious. But yeah, clearly, what we need is... Yeah. If there's one thing that Oxford and Cambridge don't have, is enough investment in universities. Fuck the people of Accrington, says every government for the last 50 fucking years. Jesus.
Described it at the time as the best possible deal, not only for our fish catching sector, but the industry as a whole. Was that not true?
Fiona, but the point...
Because I assume on that basis you'd be thrilled to see it.
I love fish catching sector. Like they're criminals or something. We're hunting down these. No, I know that's to separate it from like fish farming and stuff like that. But like it's just a funny image in my head.
As you said yourself, admittedly for a much longer period.
Yeah, but the best possible deal.
The fishing industry.
Yeah, but mate, it doesn't. Okay, we understand that it's going on for longer, but you've just described them as betraying the fishermen. But it's the same deal you had. So you betrayed them too.
Right.
Just for a shorter period of time. What?
I want to ask him. I would like her to ask him where the line is. Where specifically is the line in years where it stops being the best deal ever and becomes a betrayal, right? Where's the point of inflection?
2 years. Yeah, as long as after 2 years, it goes from being the best deal possible in the history of the world to being a disgusting betrayal.
When it was under us, we had the best possible deal. It was the best deal ever. You'd never seen a better deal, but under them, under Sleepy here. No, the deal's a terrible deal.
He's very
they've
low
sold
energy.
out the great fishermen. We have the best fishermen here. That they've been sold out by Nasty Gear, Killer Gear, they call him.
That's too good. That's, stop it.
Was it not the best possible
The
deal,
fishing
then?
industry were clear that we had to maintain a year-by-year negotiating position because, of course, if you sign
Okay,
up
but just to be
a
clear,
12-year
Kieran,
deal, you can't walk
the
away
government
from it.
described it as the best possible deal.
No, you
now
can.
It sounds like the word.
You can walk away from international law as long as it's done in a limited and specific fashion. Or if you're Israel at all, you can just walk away from all international law.
Possible deal.
At
Which
that
is it?
point in time, as a transition immediately out of the long deal that we've been in as part of the EU, that was the best deal that we could secure at that time. With the prospect, as the fishing industry have made very clear, that in the long term, we move back to more and more of the fishing stocks coming back to British fishermen. A trade deal, it's not supermarket sweep. You don't get prizes by
It's
rushing
cheaper
around,
prices in the
grabbing
supermarkets,
everything that you can get and saying that's a success. That isn't how negotiations work.
You don't seem to know how negotiations do work, even just on a basic, philosophical level. You do have to give some things up. The EU, again, it's Brexit like brain rot. The EU are just going to give us everything we want, and we won't have to have any kind of compromises on anything. Which is not how adults. It's not how adults work.
But we have all the cards.
Well, to quote Trump, you don't have any cards. We've got all the cards, and you don't have any cards. Which means, look, it's not a game of cards then, is it, you prick? You've just got a pack of cards.
You have to be tough sometimes, you have to be willing to say no, and I'm afraid not just on fishing, but on allowing the EU again, the EU courts to have a say in what we do and how we run our country, on other issues, the mobility...
Okay, we want to sell our shit in Europe. That means that things are going to happen in Europe based on British trade, which means obviously European courts are going to have to be involved. How could it be otherwise, you daft cunt? Are you suggesting that, let's say, an export business exports poisoned beef? Fuck it. It doesn't really matter, right? Some hideously damaging thing that kills people in Slovakia. The European court shouldn't have anything to say about that? At all? It should just be British law that reigns supreme across 28 different countries that the British companies are operating within.
And that's the thing, what's so
You
frustrating
mad
about this
bastard.
what's so frustrating about all of this is that the argument, of course, is, well, we're giving up sovereignty by allowing us to be controlled by a foreign court. I'm like, no, we have made the sovereign decision to allow that to happen. We have chosen to do that. Again, with a democratic mandate too, given by the fact that it was in the bloody manifesto, right? Very precious few things were, this was in there and it has been done. And so you can't complain. You can't complain about this because if we have the sovereignty now, if we want to extricate ourselves at a future day, say, for example, if the Tories win another election, never happening, then you could do that if you wanted to. But you're not in government. This other party are in government, and they have chosen what they want to do on a democratic mandate, which have the sovereign right to do so.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's literally, you can just change that later if you want to. So, which the whole point of Brexit is we can pick and choose which deals we want to have now.
Yeah.
Except the problem is, of course, is what people like this motherfucker thought, that Brexit meant no deals ever, no nothing. Any amount of enlightenment on anything, regardless of for any reason, is Brexit betrayal, which is so stupid.
Yeah. Kev wants to sell poisoned beef. I'll just say this. I can't comment on my truckloads of poisoned beef in France right now. I can't comment on it. It's an ongoing legal issue. It would be a terrible thing. But also, everyone go and follow Alpha Mario, who is a cool person.
scheme, again, bringing free movement back in through the back
not
door.
free
They have surrendered on so many issues. I'm not surprised the EU are quick and wanting to sign that deal.
Zanny, you're sort of laughing halfway through.
I'm not laughing, but I'm kind of chuckling. I think you're both exaggerating. I think...
Oh, God, she's as posh as her name suggested. Oh, no. Her name was writing some very, very posh checks, and that voice cashed. I'm just saying.
It's not a great surrender, but nor is it, I think, as the Prime Minister said, the historic start of a new era. This is a relatively sensible, it's a sensible deal that modestly reduces some of the worst frictions of Brexit. It doesn't change anything very dramatically. I think the idea of getting rid of the checks on food is very sensible. You're absolutely right. It's sensible for our supermarkets. It's a very sensible idea. I think it's a sensible idea to join the energy market. Data sharing against criminals is a very sensible idea. But none of this is going to be enormously transformative for the British economy. We are going to now be able to take part in European defence spending at a time of increased geopolitical threats. That strikes me as being very sensible. But this is a small and sensible step forward. But basically, the red lines of Brexit, of a hard Brexit, are still there. We're not joining the single market. We're not having...
Oh, sensible friend. Oh.
freedom of movement. We're not having any of these things. So if I was a Brexiter, which, if you look at what we've written, I'm not, I wasn't. But if I was, I would be pretty happy with this, because this is really...
See, and this is the kind of person that was against Brexit that made me think, am I wrong here? Should I be pro-Brexit? This kind of wanker.
Well, again, just as we've always pointed out, right, when the Brexit debate was a slap fight between the corporates, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It was a slap fight between rich people who would benefit from each way.
Yeah.
There was the actual people who'd be affected were not part of any of the discussion.
No, and the worst of it was knowing full well that the ones that would benefit from us remaining, also were leaving, right? So, like, you know, whoever knew that they could just set up office in Dublin or Amsterdam, or in the very creative case of James Dyson, Singapore, who had just done a free trade deal with the EU.
Entrenching a relatively hard Brexit. But what it is doing is setting, I think, taking some of the worst excesses off and putting in place a basis of a more permanent relationship with the European Union that is frankly going to be a little bit like the relationship that Switzerland has, which is ongoing negotiations on certain areas, grown-up, sensible negotiations, not extreme rhetoric. It's not a surrender document. That's complete nonsense. But it's a sensible, modest step forward, but it's not transformative either.
Yes.
So sensible.
Well, the grown-ups, they literally, she might as well have literally said the grown-ups are back in the room.
Yeah.
Man there with the suit and the white shirt.
This is supposed to help British businesses to export their produce to Europe, but this has just given the Europeans won't need to buy these fish because they can come and fish for themselves. They've got carte blanche for 12 years now to catch the fish for themselves. So that's damaged the export market.
And do you think the trade-off with reducing the checks on meats and poultry products, that kind of thing, going into the EU, that's just not worth it?
Where's the reciprocity for British businesses to perhaps fish in Europe, for example?
Okay.
I mean, we literally do have that. That's oh, Jesus Christ. Right, so fish don't stay in one place. Sorry to break that enormous bubble for you there, friend. And there are times where, in order to do sustainable fisheries policy, you have to leave areas to go, you know, to repopulate and stuff. And so when we were part of the EU, in the common fisheries policy, we had access to French fishing waters and German fishing waters and Danish fishing waters and Norwegian fishing waters, etc., in a way that we haven't had since we left, because we decided to play silly bollocks with it. So British governments, now successive British governments, have sold out the fishermen by allowing our fish to be caught, the good British fish, you understand, to be caught by European fishers or fishermen, fish catchers, and then not given anywhere near the level of reciprocity we once had, because Brexit has been fundamentally bad for fishermen. Yeah.
I mean, they all say they were conned, right? It's a really great episode of Annie Webber Westminster with Johnny Harris going into Grimsby, speaking to the fishermen there and asking them how they felt. They said, we vote for Brexit and feel betrayed because we were lied to, because it has been worse for them. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we did used to literally have access to French fishing waters during the times of the year where it was suitable to fish in those waters. And then they could come and fish in our waters when it was suitable for that. And you could negotiate exact fishing quotas and so on and so forth. And some of that was inefficient because you'd have to throw dead fish back because you didn't want to catch too much. But, like, it kind of worked. And fishing industries in all of these communities managed to survive. And now ours can't. Which does tell you something.
Also, apparently, Zanny is this poor woman's nickname. Her actual full name is Susan Jean Elizabeth Minton Beddoes.
Oh my god. That name's so posh it just cleared Scottish people from their historic land. That's how posh that is.
Somebody points out in chat she has an extra name for all of her names.
Well, exactly. You've got to have an extra. Imagine that having 3 names. That'd be mental.
Okay, now I can see someone who's got a green jacket with their hand up, but I can't see your face. No, further back. Further back. No, it's really hard to get you. There you are. There you are. Can you see? Yes. Oh, now I can see. And you've got a sort of check top on. There you are.
Yeah. Objectively speaking,
you know it's going to be a black dude when they mention the clothes. Oh, you've got the gentleman with the check top on there.
And the mustard jacket.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
the guy with the dreads. The guy with he's the guy with the fucking dreads.
Yeah.
He's like literally. There's only one guy in the entire vicinity who has dreads. Just say the guy with dreads.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Like, she's just in her head. She's going, okay, how do I say literally anything other than the black dude? That's the thing. She's like, don't say that or the other word that you want to use that you know you definitely can't use. So you go with, the guy with the check shirt on.
Fisherman, no. But I think the Tory on the panel is using the fishing industry to exaggerate his point. When you look at the fishing industry, how much does it contribute to the GDP of this country? It's less than 0.5%.
How much do you want to bet that Richard Tice wants to racially abuse this man? Nicked from my chat, but I love it. Yeah, it's never.
So stop being disingenuous, and you know it.
Mate, you're not in government. You've made a nothing point, and you're getting rinsed by the man with the lovely check top. Yeah, just fucking ruined, mate. You're not in government, and you're still hated. You're dead. Stop. It's embarrassing now.
The woman in the red jacket, yes.
Linking very much to what the gentleman has just said, the fishing industry is contributing 0.03. I think the deal is standing. It's not a sellout. It's not an amazing deal. It's a symbolism of a first.
What I do want to say, and I don't think the person was necessarily making this point in a way that posh people in Dulwich tend to, but when they say like, oh, it's only 0.3% of the economy, yeah, but it means that employs tens of thousands of human beings. That means that industry matters, and we should fucking care what happens to it and to those people that it employs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
communities depend on this shit.
Yeah, although none of those communities are in London, so none of the
Well, exactly, yeah. So it's like middle class fucking dinner party wankers going, well, it doesn't really matter what happens to them, and then they wonder why people vote for Brexit.
Well, it's true. It's true. Even though, of course, Brexit was bad for fishermen, as you said.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. If dickheads going to dinner parties in Islington tell you, Brexit's bad for you, silly people of Sunderland, those people of Sunderland are going to tell you to go fuck yourself.
And that's the thing, right? Is if you're going to make some kind of utilitarian calculus over whether you want to be in or out or what deal you want, right? And if you say, well, we have to cost this many fishing jobs, but we get extra jobs, for example, in Games Workshop, then you have to say, well, unfortunately, we want as many jobs as possible, but we have to make a trade-off here. Yeah. Unfortunately, the fishing industry loses out because it is worth fewer jobs. And that would be at least something that would have the people on the bottom rung in the mind of those who are making this point. But when all you say is just, well, this is this fucking percentage of the gross domestic product, that means fucking nothing for the people who are going to lose their jobs, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Whereas at
exactly.
least if you say, well, if you keep your jobs, these other people are going to lose theirs, then at least you can make the plausible deniability that you're making some kind of moral position on who's going to benefit the most.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, in the same way that, you know, when we talked about immigration, it's not that overall the immigrants have a net negative on the overall wage rate and all the rest of it. It's that in certain industries it definitely has that kind of effect, and definitely leads to increased competitiveness in the jobs market in an area where it's already pretty difficult to find work. And so for those people, the fact you know, arguing some broader point about, you know, actually economically they bring assets and blah blah blah, well, that doesn't matter because they can't put food on their family's fucking table. And that's what people who make public policy should bear in mind.
Step, and pollers are saying that up to 64% of the population want a closer relationship to the EU. And I think we can move forward from that.
And even though fishing does contribute a small amount to GDP of the UK, obviously if you're in one of those ports in Grimsby, whatever it might be, this will feel like it's pulling the rug out from under your feet. Do you not have sympathy with them?
Yes, of course I do. But I think we need to look at the bigger picture, and we need a close relationship to Europe because we have war in Europe.
Inaya.
You know, as you mentioned, you know, I stood for the Brexit Party in 2019, but even someone that campaigned for Brexit, I think there is a lot of Brexit exhaustion, and we don't want to rehash many of these debates that were very divisive for the country. So I am quite sceptical of the...
Oh yeah, the Brexit Party definitely don't want to have divisive politics. No, definitely not. I believe that.
Rhetoric of surrender. I don't think that is the...
So you don't buy that then? Because that's very much how Reform are talking and how the Conservative Party are talking.
No, I think that most people in the country welcome a more conciliatory tone with our neighbours. But at the same time, I think it is wrong to completely exaggerate this as this particularly historic moment. It isn't. It's quite thin on the ground, and there's still a lot of elements that need to be worked out. But I do think, actually, to me, it is revealing of a wider failure of imagination. Of course, Europe are our nearest neighbours, are a big trading partner for us. But the truth is, for example, Germany entered a technical recession in 2023. There's huge economic stagnation, sluggish growth, low productivity.
I mean, not everywhere. Spain is doing extremely well.
Well, but the...
Yeah, but they've got no electricity, dickheads.
But they've got a wokey, they've got a woke lefty in charge. They have done the woke left thing of government spending and higher immigration. The things that the Brexiteers wanted the two opposite things of, and it's given them the highest growth in Europe.
Outrageous.
It's like, I mean, it's a pretty good strategy. I'm not going to say anything, right? But again, it's somebody pointing out in chat that she's really posh, and she is quite posh, right?
Yeah.
It is really funny.
Have we done a school jerk?
Oh, that is an excellent suggestion.
Because you can always guarantee if they're on this fucking panel, they're almost always going to be some posho twat.
Okay. She was educated at Hockerell Anglo-European College in Hertfordshire.
What the fuck is that?
So it's an international state boarding school with academy status.
Of course it is. Love it. Love it.
And then also went to St John Fisher Roman Catholic School, Tunbridge Grammar School, which is just a state grammar school. She just does all state education.
Okay.
And then University of Leeds in Arabic and International Relations.
Okay, that's vaguely interesting. Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe she just learned RP English.
Yeah. You can't always tell. Yeah.
She's born in Tooting. She's British, right?
Yeah.
She's from Nigerian descent.
Because like Patrick Stewart grew up in Barnsley, I think it was, and with a thick Yorkshire accent as a kid. And he said you go to acting school and they beat out of you. You know.
A lot of the biggest economies are extremely struggling in Europe, and there's huge international markets in India and China, and also the US.
We've just concluded a trade with India as well.
Absolutely, and I think that there is a failure of imagination when we constantly just debate whether we should be closer or further away. We should engage with them, we should trade with them, but we
Not
absolutely
closer and not further away. A secret third option. Where we'd go in, out, shake it all about, presumably.
To be looking at across the world and dealing with our own deep-seated structural issues in this country, which I think are actually the biggest challenges for why we have low economic growth. It's not just about the European Union.
Can I come back on the
Well, can I just bring Kashi in first, because he's not had his chance in.
I mean...
Also, let's just pause 1 second. Like, again, the reason why we have shitty growth in this country is just bad fiscal policy. It's bad fiscal policy, all of it's bad fiscal policy, right? Like, and bad industrial policy as well. These are the two main things we have a problem of, which are two things that Spain is doing better than us. It's not difficult.
Hang on. There are cats fighting outdoors. I need to just deal with that for a second. Can you take over for 10 seconds? Can you hear that shit?
No, we can't hear it. I did hear when there was a racetrack outside, but I can't hear the fighting cats.
Okay, 1 second.
But yeah, like, it's just... I don't really get this. Again, the arguments for the Brexiteers are basically all failed. They wanted us to be like the Singapore of Europe, but there's just no political will for it. And of course, it's just something that would not be successful in the country that looks like ours. And like, the social problems are again caused by poor fiscal policy and industrial policy, which are things that, whilst we probably have a better chance of doing industrial policy outside the EU to a certain extent, we haven't done, and governments won't do. They'll only be happy once we've declared independence from the solar system. But as long as we also get a free trade deal with the Empire of Jupiter.
Fucking cats. It was next door's Tabby and some random in the fucking back alleyway. Dickheads.
Good. Well, it's just what we expect.
I hissed at them and they ran away.
From where I'm sitting, my simple view of this is that this deal is the first stage of the damage limitation. That's really fundamentally what this boils down to. I agree very much with what Zanny is saying here, that we've gone from a world where we had, whatever your politics, we went from a world where we had completely frictionless trade with our nearest neighbor of a market of 500 million people to where we find ourselves now. This isn't a revolutionary deal that we've got here. And what really, really frustrates me is if Kieran is going to sit here and say this isn't a good deal, tell us what you think is a good deal. We don't hear anything about actual thing of what will happen.
The Tories, they're not even in power, and the two biggest rounds of applause are people rinsing the Tory. Brilliant.
I mean, I think what we're broadly seeing is a physical manifestation of the broad public opinion around the UK's relationship with the European Union. Yeah. There's basically only 15% of the country who feel like the decision to leave the EU was justified or good or was successful. Yep. 62% of people, like almost close to a supermajority now, are of the opinion that it was a mistake and we should U-turn. And like, this is what happens. People just feel like they've been sold a bunch of lies, and the only people who really think that it was all worth it are people who have some viewpoints that it could lead to something later that we've not done because it's to the left, right? That's what I think there are plenty of left-wingers who want to do a different kind of Brexit that was never actually going to happen. That was kind of a fool's option. Yeah. Or just massive headbangers who just hate Europe for being Europe and just want to be out of it for symbolic reasons.
Yeah.
So that's the rhetoric that I really don't buy. So the other two things to note is the lady also pointed out over here and the chap up there about the fishing industry. We do more in the gaming industry in this country than we do with the fishing industry with respect to the people...
Gamers rise up. Let's go.
...whose livelihoods depend on that. I understand that. But perhaps the most damaging thing for me is this issue around the youth mobility scheme. I am somebody who benefited from the Erasmus program. I went to live in France. I learnt French. I've made lifelong friends. I got to experience a different country subsidized by the UK government and the European Union. That was critical to anybody's ability to become more socially mobile.
Can we just explain, not everyone's familiar with Erasmus. Erasmus is basically, it's a year abroad. When you're a student, and was a reciprocal
any university
arrangement.
would have a reciprocal arrangement. I ended up in a beautiful place called Saint-Etienne, and it was a really transformative time of my life. Today, most children will not have that opportunity. This scheme now, Nick talking about it, they're trying to find a way of limiting it and giving people the opportunity to come here. What do the Tories and others tell us? Oh, it's free movement of students all over again. Kemi Badenoch and the Conservative Party, who got us in this mess in the first place, don't have any ideas. They're bankrupt of ideas. So, and as far as the Labour is concerned, they can't over-egg the pudding. They have to be realistic with people and say, this is only the first stage of the damage limitation, and it will probably be another decade where we probably will get to where Switzerland is now, and you'll see what that will look like, but it won't look like being in the European Union.
So Kieran, you want to come back in. What about answering Ash's question? Given that you're very clear you don't like this deal.
No, again, that's getting a round of applause in Dulwich in a way that I don't think it would in Sunderland or various other places.
I mean, we have seen around the country, we've watched other question times, lots of people keep bringing up the EU, and it's not just the Liberal Democrat representative on the panel that does that.
True. No, I'm not suggesting there wouldn't be any support for it, but like it's far more, I think it's far more likely to be supported in somewhere like Dulwich than...
Oh yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Although I think mostly what you get loads of applause is from, because we get it every single week, as well as there's laughter in the audience too, is people still hate the Tories, as you pointed out, right? It's that all of the applauses we've had are for pieces being said that are ridiculing the Conservative Party. Because his whole shtick there was about the shitty job that Tories did in power, and people lapped up.
Yeah, exactly. Because they just don't have a position they can hold. We're anti-immigration. We let 1 million people in. This is a betrayal. This is exactly what we did. Like, there's no defence of Toryism.
Well, yeah, because half the Tory party is full of people who think that free trade is a good thing, who left a free trade agreement because the people told them to after they ran a referendum they didn't think that they would lose.
Yeah, exactly.
So they had to pretend. That just, I mean, literally, we were to bring up one of our channel's favourite memes. We had an arch Remainer trying to do Brexit in 2016-17 who literally couldn't find a good reason for people to support it. All she could come up with was fucking red, white and blue Brexit.
Fuck yeah.
This is how... and people wonder why the Tories just are completely in the mud at this point.
Yeah.
You regard it as a surrender. What deal would you like to see?
I'll come directly onto that point about, for example, different ways and better ways that we can do things. But what I think is really important when
come on to that straight away.
When you're dealing with another country, is whether you're treated with mutual respect. And when you talk about how could we do things differently, why can't we have mutual recognition of standards, which is what we had asked for? Mutual recognition, because they could accept our goods, we have continued to accept theirs. When everyone talks about their frustration with trade barriers.
Well, no, you wanted to have mutual agreement, but you didn't want to guarantee that you would stick by their standard. So, in other words, you wanted to sell, like, chlorinated chicken and hormone beef into a food system which explicitly denies that kind of produce.
Well, that's the thing, is that their standards were higher. That's why we had to meet their standards. That was the whole point.
Like, they recognise that your standards are shit. It's just that they don't want your shit standard stuff in their good standard stuff. They want to keep the kind of purity of their not awful standards.
Literally, just yet another piece of, like, Brexit cope. Of Brexit delusion. Of we should get everything that we want and they should get none of what they want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why can't they just take a fucking BSE cow brain rot? What person from Poland doesn't want some foot and mouth beef? Come on now.
And as been pointed out, we did get like mutual recognition of professional qualifications in this deal. That's something that we are getting, right? So there is some kind of the broader give and take on both sides with regards to that, because the qualifications mean different things, and you can't necessarily decide which one of these is more strict in terms of the qualifications themselves. But when it comes to like food standards, they just have higher standards than we do.
Yeah.
And I understand that frustration. What people forget is those are trade barriers that the EU is choosing deliberately to put in place to make life difficult for us because we dared to say we want to go.
No. Those trade barriers have always been in place for everyone who isn't in the EU. And we decided to leave. It's not to make our lives more difficult. We were warned quite openly and honestly by the European Union. If you leave, you will, and you want access to the European single market, you'll have to meet these standards. They weren't put up afterwards to punish us. We're now not in the EU. So we have to meet their fucking standard. That's it. Because we're not in there. They don't get to check our shit. So we have to meet those standards. Like,
It's so simple. It's not difficult at all. This should be very simple, like international diplomacy and trade relations. And just the fact that we've just had almost a decade now of ridiculous discussions where even basic stuff like this hasn't been communicated to people.
Yeah, like this is what you get when the big beasts of the Tory party turn up to a negotiation with a pen and paper, and they're not even in the cabinet anymore. This is the residue behind that.
Literally, even less serious, even less sensible or grown up.
This is
David Davis.
Yeah, this is the bench warmer, who is now a starter for the Tory party. behind David Davis. Fucking hell. Oof. The Tory B team is really not. It's not impressive.
Like, just on a basic level, somebody pointed out in chat as well, like, on a basic level, this is just what any third country outside the EU would have to deal with in any negotiation with the EU. This is the status we wanted. We wanted to be outside explicitly. So we are treated like literally every other nation outside of the EU. This is what you wanted, guys.
And when we weren't necessarily a third country and we were on our way out, we could have gotten a better deal. And we decided, no, we want to play silly bollocks. So they went, well, get the fuck out then, you pricks. Literally, in parts of the EU, Christy Winters, who lives in Germany, was saying that in Germany, there was a slang term, Brexit, which meant somebody who stays at the party way after they should have left. Because we were just like hanging around, like when you voted to leave. So fuck off then. Why are you still here being wankers? Like, just go away.
Yeah. I think one kind of a wider point here as well is that this pro-Brexit line that the Tories are going with, this is the route to electoral oblivion. There is no political base for this anymore.
Nope.
And what base does exist in a kind of minor way are all reform voters.
Yeah, exactly.
Every single one of those motherfuckers is voting reform. You are chasing people who will never, ever, ever, ever vote for you. And the more you chase this delusion of the sunlit uplands of a Brexit that was never going to happen, all you'll do is lose any pro-European Tories that you managed to hang on after the Boris Johnson expulsions to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
Again, it's just infinitely like narrowing the potential Tory voter base to where it's basically non-existent. And you know what? Good fucking riddance.
Yeah,
I hope
absolutely,
these people get expunged from political history.
No, absolutely, 100%. They belong in the dustbin of history because they don't serve a purpose anymore. As you pointed out, no Brexiteer, Tory voter, traditional voter has any reason to vote for them. They've been completely betrayed by the Tory party. And again, I mean, I don't like Tories particularly, and I certainly don't like their approach to immigration. But they consistently voted to have fewer immigrants coming in, and you consistently gave them massively the opposite of that. So, I mean, get in the bin then, lads.
Yep.
You signed your own death warrant. Bye.
Good riddance.
Our own way.
So usually with these trade deals, usually there's, I've never done a trade deal. But what I can see about them, there usually has to be a bit of give and take.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
and there tends to be.
So where's the give?
So it tends to be, typically in a trade deal, you have an independent body that mitigates disputes that might occur between countries. And that's what we said we should have. And the EU said no. They said that we will let our courts be the ultimate arbiter over any disputes. So whether you believed in Brexit or not, whether you think it's a good thing...
This thing about the European courts...
You had a lot to say, and I'd like to come back on some of those...
Let Kieran speak. Let Kieran speak.
Yeah, let Kieran speak. Look, don't interrupt your enemy when they're making mistakes. Just let him speak. He's talking shit, making himself seem even less competent. So just let him go. It's fine.
Yeah.
They have said that EU courts will decide, and when it comes to how we can do things, yes, they have ultimately. No, it's not. They have said there's an independent arbiter, but the ECJ will be the ultimate decision maker on whether. No.
Well, yes, because an arbiter isn't like a legal body. It's an arbiter, as in like it can be given legal force by a court in certain situations. And it can do, negotiations and settle disputes. But ultimately, there does have to be a court because the arbiter isn't like an actual court itself. So there would obviously have to be a court to oversee the actions of the arbiter. What the fuck? Again, having to explain unbelievably simple concepts to this twat. The Tory party, it's literally like talking to a group of 6-year-olds and going through Civics 101 with them. Fucking embarrassment.
No, you're mistaken. I've got to correct that. I've got to correct that.
What can we do differently?
Hang on. Whoa, hang on. Oh my God, this is... Do you know what? Hang on.
Rebel.
So am I. So am I. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Wait, no, I have.
No, mute. Mute button. Dylan, what are you doing?
But you've made a comment about the European Court of Justice. You say you want to correct that.
Absolutely.
Very briefly.
Kieran is mixing up the independent panel. The independent panel as exists in any trade deal exists here. And Kieran is mixing up having to refer a very specific interpretation of European law to the Court of Justice, which then refers it back to the panel, which made... I negotiated the deal here.
Oh, God. Oh, he's already dead. You don't need to keep beating him. Oh, you're not in government and you're still the butt of the joke. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Back to the panel. It says independent arbitration panel.
And it says
paragraph 29, read the deal.
And it says that the independent panel has to regard the ECJ's ruling as the ultimate arbiter.
I mean,
it doesn't.
Point about can we do this better? For example, Hashi quite rightly raised students and the flexibility that was there for students. We came up with a better way of doing it. We said instead of just saying only students from the EU could come here, and that's the only measure of exchange, let's open it to the whole world. And we had the Turing scheme, so that the best and the brightest from all different countries outside of the EU could do exactly the same.
Okay. Listen, friend. Again, you have a voting base that don't want foreign people coming here. Again, I think that's silly, but that's the policy they want that you promised them. And your plan is to do the thing that they're already angry about, which is letting foreign EU students and going, I tell you what we can do, right? We won't get rid of that deal. What we'll do is make it 100 times bigger. Are you fucking mental? You've just gone, instead of the 800 million or whatever it is, EU citizens, we're now going to open it up to 8 billion people. You're a fucking madman. You wonder why your voter base are like flooding away from you. You fucking bellend.
Thing. What's wrong with that? Why do we only want to limit ourselves to the horizon of Europe? I want us to have students coming from all...
Literally your argument here to the Tory voter is we should accept people from every... Look, we should accept all 8 billion people as students, presumably. Why limit ourselves to foreigners just from the European... Sorry. He's a fucking mad cunt, this one. He's on a different level.
I mean, the question is he worse than Helen Whately?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. At least Helen Whately has a kind of affable simpleton vibe to her, where you can kind of just go like, oh, she's just a kind of a bit dopey. Whereas this guy's just like, he screams to me of a guy who should be in like lower middle management of a paper mill in Reading, right?
He was a doctor. He was a qualified doctor.
Exactly, yeah, I'd imagine that. Imagine taking pills this cunt's prescribed to you. Fuck that. He's just completely out of his depth. Has no idea what he's doing. Nick Thomas Simons has already roasted him like he's a heckler, a drunk heckler at a nightclub or something. Jesus.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Countries.
Is he worse than Rachel McLean? I think she might be the worst performer on Question I've ever seen.
Yeah, she was pretty bad. Although to be fair, who was the guy? Who was the oh fuck's sake, the Rwanda DRC guy.
Chris Philp.
Chris Philp, yeah. That was pretty insane. Like literally Wes Streeting giving him the full stank eye. Beautiful moment, genuinely.
I mean, Rachel McLean, she did get laughed at a lot on Question Time, but I think her worst moment wasn't even at Question Time. It was a quote from the Tory conference when she said, I've met renters, and actually, they're not all people who smoke drugs and are in gangs. She was housing minister. She was fucking housing
Oh
minister.
my god, what an absolute legend. That is fucking memes.
Who are the best and the brightest.
But therefore
And
you
for
don't
us to
mind
be able
about
to
students
go-
coming from Europe?
No, the Turing scheme looked more widely and was quite restricted.
coming
What
from
they're
Europe was-
talking about...
is okay.
Yeah, but you can have a
Because you
deal with the
choose to
European
countries
Union
and
and have another one
it's
beyond
different.
that. That's the
All right,
point.
listen, let's hear a bit from our
Also,
audience, because you've got...
Turing scheme, named after a gay, means it's woke.
True,
Needs to be done away with.
Your hands up. And you're shaking your head, so I can say, well, let's see, you're shaking your head in the green... you've got a green hoodie on, I think.
Yeah. I mean, from my point of view, much as you said...
Again,
previously,
green
there's no
hoodie, you
reason
know.
why you can't have students from across the world. But as you mentioned, there's no reason why you can't have a separate deal with the European Union as well as one with other countries. So again, I'm sorry, you're being disingenuous, and this is just not right. You cannot keep quibbling about things that matter to most of the people in this country.
Well, look, let's hear. We've only had one voice from the audience so far who is agreeing with Kieran, or I don't know if you're agreeing with him wholeheartedly, but certainly with some. But in
I
terms, you
agree
don't
with
think
him on some things.
that in terms of the EU reset deal, in terms of whether this is actually...
Yeah, no one agrees with him because his position is fundamentally silly.
Yeah, it's just like any morons in the audience, any morons.
Is
You,
there-
yeah, the
Is
man
there-
in the Crystal Palace top.
Oh, hard. They just won the FA Cup. Let them have a moment, for Christ's sake.
Touche.
yeah.
Just said Millwall.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a national fool of themselves by admitting that they agree with this fucking clueless half-wit? Anyone? You, sir, the man who isn't facing the right direction.
is a good deal for Britain or not. Is there anyone else who takes a view that actually this is not really where we want to be, what we want to be doing? Yes, you've got your hand up there in the middle.
I think they're trying to move away from the issues about trade. Because this trade, why pick on fish? And yet that is not what is very important in any common
Sorry,
household.
again, I know he doesn't mean it, but why pick on fish is an amazing sentence. Why pick on fish? The fish haven't done anything.
They're
Leave them
adorable.
alone. And to quote the great George W. Bush, I believe that fish and humans can coexist peacefully. We don't need to be at war, we and the fish. We're not enemies.
We're affected by the price of bread, price of milk, which has
And
got
fish.
excessively high. This is what affects a normal household, not fish. So it's important that they should not really try to do a deal by...
What is his point? We shouldn't give a fuck about fish being expensive. I think we should. I think that's an issue
plenty
as well.
of people eat fish. Again, the people who fish for a living require the fish to be affordable to sell, you know?
Yeah. Oh, we've got some anti-fish people in chat. Okay. No, okay. Well, look, I didn't realise I'd stirred up a hornet's nest of fish hatred.
At the back door, while the normal household are being affected daily, they cannot feed their children because they cannot afford to buy a bread of bread. It's a very serious issue.
Okay, and anyone else share
I mean,
the view
kind
that
of
this
true,
deal
but kind of mental at
is
the
not
same
the right
time.
thing for the United Kingdom? Yes, you in the cap, you take that view, do you?
I believe that the deal was a good first step. I don't think it's a good deal. I mean, it's just for less than 4% of the GDP.
Okay, there are some fashion choices that have been made here that I feel
mean,
do
it's-
need to be discussed. Like, I mean, the glasses with the kind of shade flipped up thing, strong start. The weird kind of hipster flat cap, again, it's jarring visually with the fucking... Is that Beats by Dre or Bose? I don't know the exact brand. But he has got big, chunky-ass fucking headphones on in the studio of Question Time.
With the goatee as well.
With the goatee and a little flowery t-shirt. It's he's not gone thematic with the look. It's a bit all over the place, a bit scattergun. You know?
In terms of figures involved, so
Yes, much
I
less than
understand that it should have been, we should have gone a lot deeper, but I do understand the limitations.
This man...
So he doesn't agree? So he doesn't agree with Kieran
No,
Mullen?
he doesn't. No one agrees with Kieran Mullen. That's taken for granted, surely. But this look is giving me big midlife crisis vibes. Like, he doesn't quite know who he is. He's experimenting with some youth aspects. And God bless him.
I want to... What do we think is playing on the headphones, chat?
Oh, good question.
What do we think is playing on the headphones, right? Is it like hipster hip-hop? Is he listening to Open Mike Eagle?
No, I think he's... No, this is an old man trying to sound cool, so he's probably going with, like, a thing he's vaguely aware of that he knew was vaguely cool at one point. He is listening to Brat.
He's listening to Brat. Oh, maybe I think he's listening to like 90s David Bowie. So he's from David Bowie era, but it's the 90s stuff that no one really listens to, like Earthling,
hipster.
something like that.
Yeah, like the hipster dickhead who's like, no, I don't listen to the big hits. I think he peaked in '93, actually. Yeah.
And the politics behind doing
Okay.
that, so I'll be patient.
And there was just behind you had your hand up with the glasses and blue sweater. Yeah.
I think we need to go further than the current deal. I think taking the issue of students, the sun set on lots of Europe when we left the European Union. And as a current student, I think this deal was an important first step in reopening that door to rejoining Erasmus, but it's definitely not the end step.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm sure... I mean, it did feel like I had real déjà vu on this panel, didn't it? But I am sure we will come back to the subject of the EU at other points in this programme. I'm going to leave it here for now. There's all sorts of other things that have come up this week. Before I do, I just want to tell you where we'll be next week, which is Cheltenham in Gloucestershire. And the week after that, we're off to Llandudno on the beautiful north coast of Wales.
Llandudno.
So if you live in or around either of those two, Llandudno or Cheltenham, and you'd like to come and be part of the audience, apply...
I slept rough in Llandudno.
Really?
I did. Only for one night. I missed the train home. So I drunkenly, I just went and slept on the fucking seafront. But it was the middle of, like, July. It was lovely and warm. Yeah, I went to a concert.
Sounds nice, actually.
Then, yeah.
Sounds like a real story, you know?
It was nice. And I didn't get, like, stabbed or bombed or anything. It was lovely.
Simpler times.
So, exactly. We used to be a real country.
The Question Time website, and hopefully we will see you there. Right, let's take our next question, which is from Nilufar Mershed. Oh, there you are.
Do the crime, do the time. Why is the government allowing prisoners to be let out early?
So this is a story that was broken today as a result of something called the Independent Sentencing Review, which is led by former Conservative David Gauke. Plenty of recommendations, including shorter prison sentences, being let out after a third of your time for good behaviour for many prisoners, not all, but most. Fewer people going to prison for less than a year. Something that has grabbed the headlines is potentially mandatory chemical castration of sex offenders, and a massive...
Now, I do have to ask, does that include Prince Andrew?
I mean, I think you get so many members of the country on board for this policy.
Yeah.
If you explicitly said, we will only pass this policy if the Crown admits to him engaging in sex offences.
Although, to be fair, it will definitely... basically, in order for this to work, you'd need to put bromide in the tea at Parliament. Just to make sure they're all, like, covered. Because every Tory backbencher would have to be castrated. And several of Wes Streeting's former colleagues.
Or as staffers, right? Was there a staffer that got caught up with that?
Yeah, a little bit. Didn't go to jail, though. So, you know, very, very serious contract.
Expansion of electronic tagging. Huge expansion of that. Kieran.
Well, as Fiona mentioned, I spent some time as a volunteer policeman, and actually, if I was to pick one thing that made me want to be an MP, it was my experience and views that victims for many, many years of different governments haven't been at the heart of our criminal justice system, and particularly when it comes to sentencing, that what people think is a fair sentence for the crime, I think should be not totally decided, but driven by what victims of crime think and what families think and what the public thinks. So
No, exactly. Justice is supposed to be blind.
And it's literally the word. Yeah. It's literally the worst possible. It's literally the worst possible heuristic for you to use in terms of how you dole out punishments from the justice system. Because what you're relying on is the opinions of people who are emotionally invested, who are not making rational decisions and who are not making decisions for the betterment of the country, that are done for the maximizing of utility and are being done knee-jerk as a reaction to the slight of having had a crime committed against you. And I've got plenty of sympathy for these people, but the whole point of the criminal justice system is not punishment. It's about making sure that our society functions. Do you have a good enough deterrent? Do you able to rehabilitate people to get them back into society? And do you ensure that the system does not perpetuate itself, having people gone into incarceration? These are the things that matter, not do the people who are hurt feel better. Because I don't care, unfortunately, about people's feelings. Because as a very famous man once said, facts don't care about your feelings.
True. There's a very good reason why they don't allow the family of someone who's murdered onto the jury of the trial of the person accused of that murder. Because they aren't necessarily going to act in a rational or sensible fashion. Sensible? No, I'm only joking. They're not going to act in a way that is conducive to an actual justice system. Because they're emotionally invested. Obviously. It's supposed to... That's why you have sentencing guidelines. So that you can end up with, at least roughly speaking, the correct level punishment for the same kinds of crime, right? So if you do the same crime, you should do the same time. Now it doesn't quite work that way because there are implicit biases and all the rest of it. Of course, it's not perfect, but that's why you're supposed to have some systems in place to try and level those things off, rather than going, oh, let's just have like the most emotionally invested and potentially unhinged, for obvious reasons, people deciding what the punishment should be for a crime. Are you fucking mental?
Must have, because this is unfortunately the biggest problem I have with the way in which conservatives approach not just like the judiciary, but law in general. That it exists to them for what makes them feel best. Yeah. It's what activates their emotions the best, because they're not thinking rationally, because they're not utilitarian, right? When the reality is what the law is there to create the best outcomes for society. It's just like when they approach, for example, narcotics. Their approach is, well, I feel like drugs are bad, therefore I want the law to represent how I feel about that, which means that if it is appearing to be permissive of people taking narcotics, then that's a terrible and bad thing, regardless of whether or not those laws are shown to reduce drug use or to make drug use safer, to make it cheaper for the health service to deal with the problem because you have like safe injection sites or whatever. But no. It makes them feel bad to think that the law is seen to be permissive, and so they oppose it regardless of the outcome. And this is a stupid, incredibly stupid way to craft laws based upon feelings and emotions rather than on utility.
Yeah. Indeed. Miss I, very good, very pithy sentence. I want justice, not retribution. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think the review today, set aside what the government wants to do, but the review itself was deeply offensive to the victims of crime, some of whom I've had the privilege of...
I don't care.
Ooh, we're offended, are we? Ooh, offended. Like, this
Facts
is how
don't care about your feelings. Fuck your feelings. Triggered! Triggered!
Like, this is literally how we were talked about for something that's not as, like, broadly relevant, that was more emotionally based anyway. And then the right go, oh, well, but what about the feelings of these people? And no, that's not what's good for the rest of society. Fuck off.
Yeah. And ultimately, it's not actually what's good for them either. Because those people have to pick up their lives and get on and continue, regardless of what crime was perpetrated against them or their loved ones or their property or anything, right? And so having a sensible, rational, vaguely fair system is better for those people too. They might feel slightly better in the short term, but their lives will intrinsically be less... you will exist in a society that is less functional and less, frankly, worth living in. So it doesn't help those victims either. And I don't give a fuck if it's offensive personally to some people. It's what's the best for this. Now, the fact that they got David Gorkin is they want a Tory human shield, right? It's not the Labour Party being, like, permissive of crime. We got a Tory. A Tory did it. See? Tory, right?
Well, it could be anybody. They found some kind of, you know, human quango, essentially, to palm the responsibility off, just like they did with the prisons minister, James Timpson. They said, well, we didn't want to make our own decision. We have let an expert decide what should be happening with this. Sentencing is this person, prisons is this person, and they have decided for us. How are you to disagree with the experts that we have technocratically put into this position, you know?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so is this the best thing that can happen? No, it's offensive to do a sentencing review. Are you against that as a concept? Or what? Like, criticise the end result of it if you think it's bad. But the idea that it's offensive, well, suck my dick. I don't care.
Of working with, because it was described as a landmark review of sentencing policy and what determines proper punishment. And there was not one sentence in that review that talked about what the victims of serious crime and their families might consider to be punishment. And I think that...
Good! I don't fucking care! Yeah, like, other than the fact that they are voters who vote for the legislators who make such legislation, their opinions don't matter. No. That's not how it works. Because then the person who's most offended gets to have the person that committed a crime against them serve a longer sentence for potentially a lesser crime than somebody else who is less offended. Like, talk about the fucking offence Olympics now. Your criminal gets to have a longer sentence because you were more offended. You were more upset by their crime. What the fuck kind of weird fucking system of quote-unquote justice is it you're trying to impose here? This is fucking ridiculous.
Tories have gone woke.
The Tories have gone woke.
That is insulting to victims. People that I've worked with, for example, Capybara, whose sister Sasha, when she was 16, was stabbed.
Wow, emotional, fucking pulling on the heartstrings. Yeah, whatever he's going to say now is going to be terrible. It's going to be awful. Of course it is. We're talking about fucking evil, violent, bastard criminals. Yeah, bad people doing bad shit.
Also, that's a really good point by Ben in chat as well. Like, when these people were in government, these people gutted the criminal justice system. Yeah, barristers had to go on strike because the justice system was so poorly funded and hasn't been fixed from the gutting that they did during the austerity years, right?
They completely destroyed the legal aid system to the point where actual victims of crime basically don't bother going to court now because they know that justice has been priced out of their range. And I would argue that's significantly more offensive to victims of crime than this nonsense.
Exactly. Like, when Rishi Sunak was at the dispatch box going, we have doubled the conviction rate for rape in this country. And it went from 1.6 to 3.2%.
Yeah, from 2 rapists to 4 rapists. Brilliant, thanks.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy for them after what they did to the justice system in this country. Essentially saying, well, we can forego actual justice funding to just go throw everybody in prison for however long, who fucking cares, right? As if that was a sensible and normal way to actually run a justice system. And in the end of the day, very few people got justice. Loads of people got over-sentenced, and it led to a crumbling of the prison system, which they refused to invest in after privatising a bunch of it under John Major anyway. And now that there's a massive fucking whole problem of prison overcrowding and lack of investment, prisons actually literally crumbling, literal walls of prisons crumbling to dust that other governments now have to pick up the pieces from to try and claim that you are being offended on the behalf of victims because sentencing might be a little bit different moving forward. How fucking day.
Yeah.
What a prick.
Absolutely.
Stabbed 100 times, raped, and had her body set on fire. Those are the sorts of people I've worked with and who don't think they get justice. The killer of her sister will serve perhaps 35, 40 years, and she was clear that he should never get out of prison.
Okay, and did you, as a government with a majority, pass legislation to mean that crime would come under the whole-of-life sentence? Or whole-of-life tariff? Because when they say... They need to get rid of the life sentence, because that's a ridiculous thing. It's a whole-of-life tariff. That's the thing. That's literally, they lock you up and you will never be free. Right? Did they pass that legislation? No. Did they try and pass that legislation? No. So you had the opportunity to solve this problem, and you didn't. So fuck off.
And under these reforms, he might still not.
Well, they're different. It's quite complicated, actually, because the review wasn't allowed to look at sentencing. But if I can just finish the point. Not only did they not say what do victims want. The only thing they really did talk about in the review was the suggestion that victims are just confused. And if people like Katie and other victims
No. It's not saying that every single victim is confused or that every single victim is going to act in an irrational or negative fashion. It's that for obvious reasons, because they're emotionally invested, they've just undergone incredibly traumatic experiences, they may be. And therefore, any system of actual justice can't take into account that person's feelings because they're clearly, like you say, compromised. It's not that they're bad people. It's not that they're inherently irrational. It's that they're in a very, very vulnerable situation. And you ghoulish prick, are taking advantage of that to pretend to be harsh on crime when, given the opportunity in government, you weren't.
The sentence they were going to get, they wouldn't be so angry. And I think that's just really, whatever is good in this review about the better ways we might deal with offenders, to me that is put to one side in the face of that sort of insulting approach to what victims think, and they should be at the centre of this stuff. The recommendations themselves, I also have problems with, because what they're actually going to say is that it's not just kind of what are typically described as low-level offenders, which is a problematic term because all crimes, I think, have victims, but some of the most serious offenders.
You are the daftest cunt I've ever experienced. Honestly, you really are. I think he's putting himself below now, or above, depending on how you rank it, Phil or fucking Whiteley or any of them, right? The idea that you're now offended by the concept of low-level crime. Mate, yes, every crime potentially, other than certain things, has victims. But surely you would accept that it's a lower-level offence if someone punches you in the face than if they burn down your house and kill everyone in your family. Like, that's not a controversial viewpoint, surely.
Literally, it's just turning Jordan points out in chat. Stole a Snickers bar to the Tesco gulag with you.
Exactly. Like, of course there are low-level offences, you dopey bastard. The fuck is... it's so... Again, it's red, white and blue Brexit. It's insulting. It's insulting to the intelligence of any human being for him to dare sit there. Oh, that's a problematic term. Eat my fucking arsehole. I don't get... You're a prick, mate. You're an actual fucking bellend.
You look like one.
He literally does.
Offenders, rapists, people who kill through manslaughter.
Or Tory backbenchers, as they're known.
Child abusers, some of the worst.
Again,
we
I repeat
say
myself.
should spend at least 2/3 of their time in prison. The review recommended spending half the time in prison instead, and Labour have already said that they would accept that recommendation. So Labour are going to allow rapists, child abusers, people like that to get out of prison earlier, and I think that is totally wrong.
And the fact that it was a Conservative Justice Secretary who came up with some of these proposals, that doesn't...
As I said, I was interested in these issues.
Human shield! Yeah! That's all that David Gork is.
It's true.
Yeah. Are you in favour of whole life sentences, Kev? Because I'm deeply not. I think I am in some instances. I think they need to be used quite sparingly. But I genuinely think there are some people who you really can't rehabilitate and whose crimes do deserve to be punished unbelievably harshly in order to deter, hopefully, those sorts of things. So yeah,
Tesco Gulag emotes in chat.
Yeah.
Long before I was a politician of any particular party, and I'm not saying that any Conservative previous administrations always got it right, but certainly the review itself was offensive, and the fact that we would consider on the back of that letting out some of the worst offenders in our society earlier, I think is completely wrong.
Well, Hashi, let's bring you in as a barrister.
You can't even get a round of applause for rapists should be in jail. That's how much the Tories are hated. Even just a really boilerplate piece of Conservative policy with, 28% or whatever of the audience being former Tory voters or Tory voters at the last election, and he still can't even get like a slow hand clap. He can't get anything.
Literally so true. And again, this is like the reddest meat of reddest meat policy.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
If there's one thing people in this country kind of unilaterally support, is the harshest possible prison sentences ever. For some reason, we are addicted to terrible justice policy in this country.
Really?
Where we throw people in prison and then ask questions later, I suppose, whether there's actually a good course of action. With a terrible justice policy, it's not shown to be in any way useful at stopping recidivism and has cost lots of money, costs us productivity, and has a higher prison population in other countries in Europe with lower crime rates than we have. Like, it's clearly not any kind of success. But of course, again, people aren't approaching this with the utilitarian mind. They're approaching it entirely through the emotions, which Kieran knows. So he pulled on those sub-stories to try and get people to support him, and they still won't applaud.
Yeah, like that's a party that's hull below the waterline and sinking. Like, you can try and bail it out, you know, bucket by bucket, but like, you're about to go and visit the fishes.
Yeah, and also, if he can't really complain about rapists being let out early when under his government they weren't even put in prison.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, then they doubled it from 1 rapist to 2 rapists who were convicted. So you let yourself down there statistically.
I just think that using extreme examples and the rhetoric that you're using to try and inject that kind of extreme examples into what should be a rational debate does not help anyone.
Every time.
Every time.
The reality
Every time.
is David Gauke's review is a serious review. It has some serious recommendations, and not all of them will be accepted by this government. We should never allow some of the serious offenders who are in our prisons to ever walk our streets at all. But what this is about is that we currently have 87,000 people in our prison system. We have a broken criminal justice system that doesn't work from the moment you're arrested. The police are completely and utterly swamped. The solicitors who are trying to visit you in your cell can't cope. The barristers are not getting paid enough to be there. The buildings that we call our courtrooms are falling apart. The judges don't have enough time to be hearing these cases. The prisons are full of people who are waiting for their trials to happen, who are yet to be found guilty. Then by the time they get to their hearing 2 or 3 years later, they've probably spent more time in prison than they might have got in their sentencing.
Yeah, there are literally people who will be released on time served. So literally they served more time waiting to be to go to trial, be found guilty, and then be released because they've already served their fucking sentence. It's ridiculous. What kind of justice system is this?
And even after they've been proven guilty or they've pleaded guilty, God forbid they've pleaded guilty just to be able to actually serve time and not even have a chance, the moment they come out, the probation system is broken. So they might not even be able to come out because the probation system can't cope with it. And I wonder who we should turn to tell us about how that happened.
It's totally, utterly wrecked.
Ruined. Oh.
Leave. Just get out. Leave.
Yeah,
Bye.
literally, it would be
Bye-bye
less
now.
embarrassing
It's
if he just unclipped his mic and just walked away.
over. He could be sitting there stark bollock naked. It would be less embarrassing.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be his new stress dream. He's going to dream about being back on this fucking panel, getting absolutely wrecked. Oh, imagine getting torched by a New Statesman person. Oh, that is bad. New Statesman journo fucking killed you. Oof. Spicy.
Hashi, hang on. Hashi, on that basis, what the Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood is coming up with today doesn't even touch the surface.
I agree with you. This is why I'm getting to the point. Last year when they came in, they were talking about getting more people out of prison. Do you remember that? This year, it's barely even been a year. July will be a year they've been in government and they're talking about releasing more people. So the answer to this issue, here's where I might agree with Kieran, isn't getting more people out of prison. The answer to this is fixing the criminal justice system so that we actually have a system that works, that people who should be in prison are in prison for the time they should be and are released when they're supposed to be. Resourcing the system that's been cut to the bone since the coalition government is why we've got to. So the review is welcome, but it's a plaster on a gashing wound and we'll be here again in a year. That's the reality.
Let me hear from our audience. Yes, the man there in the middle with the check shirt.
Nicely done. You see, you just need one intelligent well-spoken person with a vaguely decent idea of reality, and this panel is completely changed from the usual right-wing fucking wank you get week after week.
And of course, and of course, just like every single problem in this country, there's one man who's to blame. One man who's to blame every single fucking time. And no, it's not Jeremy Corbyn. It's George Osborne. Yeah. Every single time. Every single problem, all roads lead to George Osborne.
True.
Oh, sorry, this guy keeps saying exactly what I want to say.
I'm sorry.
No, you're spot on. There's a pattern here. It's the same with Brexit. A lot of these issues were caused under the Conservative government, and now there's a government trying to clean up the mess they made. And they're giving out about the way they're trying to clean up this mess. And like he just said, the prison system, if he's so worried, if the Conservative government is so worried about these victims, and he keeps talking about the victims, the fishermen and the people that are raped, etc., why didn't they invest in the prison system when they were in power? If they were seeing this happening down the road, rather than now coming on talking about these victims and saying poor those victims and blaming the Labour government for trying to do something under a broken system.
Okay, I will come back to you, Kieran, on that. One minute, very back.
We're talking about the kind of prisons being overcrowded, but actually it's kind of, I think what we need to look at is the causes of why people are committing crimes. And actually, if we don't actually deal with the cause, with the illness that there is in society, that kind of means people are potentially desperate. There obviously are people who are committing crimes that are completely unacceptable. But actually there's reasons people are committing crime, and it's through kind of...
Are you suggesting that there are some crimes that are bad, but there are some that are lower level? Because you are, honestly, he's going to get so triggered soon.
I mean, what she might be suggesting here is that there are some maybe material conditions at play, and it's not just bad people being bad for the sake of being bad, and maybe those material conditions might have a basis in poor political policy. And I wonder, chat, I wonder who might be to blame for those conditions. Might be George Osborne, just saying.
Oh,
it's just weird how, you know, we had like 13 years of Blair, and he was bad, don't get me wrong, for lots of different reasons, but he wasn't as bad as the Tories. There were no riots. And then in 2011, the Conservative coalition came into government. There was immediately riots. I'm just saying.
Look, my natural intention, or not my reaction is like to play devil's advocate, but you really can't for Osborne. I don't think even the devil would advocate for George Osborne. The devil's evil. The devil was literally the manifestation of evil incarnate. Would be like, I don't want the stink of George Osborne on me. Like I've got PR to think about. Do you mind? I'm a small business owner.
Issues within society that actually we're not dealing, and actually when are we going to start looking, and I think this is open to all parties, when do we start looking at actually at the causes for reasons and trying to solve those problems kind of at the bottom, and then you're kind of dealing with something before it gets to the point of overcrowding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man,
there is a direct correlative link between poverty and crime. We know this, and yet we've set up our entire economic system to ensure mass levels of poverty.
Exactly. The tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime is, whilst a policy of a government I dislike, is still a policy that works.
Yeah.
That's basically how you sort these things out. Because you know what's even better than getting justice for the victims of crime? Making sure that they're not victims in the first place.
Yeah, prevention is always better than cure. Yeah.
It's worth a pound of cure.
Yeah.
And the white teeth and the grey shirt. Yes.
We are indeed in the midst of a prison crisis. However, Lucy Connolly will spend more time in prison than some of the men convicted in the Telford grooming gang scandal.
That is true, but your moustache is shit. I'm just going to put that out there.
What does it say that the justice system wants to punish tweets more seriously than child sexual abuse? Maybe if we...
The country's run by nonces.
And also just like... okay, maybe we should have different sentencing guidelines, right? Like, it's reasonable to suggest that these things should have different prison sentences. Of course, I agree with you. They should have different prison sentences, and it should be worse for CSA, or GCSA as well. But why we're talking about Lucy Connolly here rather than, you know, somebody who doesn't deserve to be in prison? Yeah. Like, I don't know, the people put in prison for 5 years for only potentially blocking the M25, not even actually blocking the M25.
For conspiracy to cause public nuisance. When I've told Americans that that's the actual, like, legitimately the name of the crime that was committed, they laugh because they think I'm doing a joke. Nuisance. You can go to
Literally,
prison for nuisance.
Compared to somebody who incited a terror attack.
Yeah. Also, I mean, just on a general point, your parents should have told you about the age of 6 that you can't just point to the other kid doing a bad thing and say they're doing a worse thing. If the thing you're doing is bad, you should stop doing the bad thing.
Also, like, it's and this is going to be really nasty, but I'm going to say it anyway because you've already mocked his moustache. I was like, you can't really be out here talking shit about sex offenders with a moustache.
Well, the moustache and hair combo. He's got some Guess Who characteristics, and let's be honest, he looks a bit like a Nancy photo fit.
Apologies. We are roasting you in chat here.
Yeah.
We could look at that. We might be able to address the number of people.
That's a misconception of what took place. Of Lucy Connolly's case, she was somebody who was inciting racial hatred during a period. I would strongly recommend you read the judge's sentencing. The sentencing from the judge will have been following a particular set of guidelines, which has a starting...
I mean, we talked about this with the Hugh Edwards case, right? The guy should have gone to prison. No one thinks he shouldn't, except the dickheads in Parliament who voted for the legislation, which means that the guidelines are that he doesn't go to jail for that.
Well, it's about the sentencing council anyway. Like, you know, if you wanted the sentencing council to review the what they've given us the guidelines, that's up to them. They're a quango, you know.
Point, which then considers aggravating features to come out at the answer. Nobody has put that woman in prison longer because of a tweet, but because of what she did, how she did it, and when she did it. So it's really important that you educate yourself on that.
Also, it doesn't matter if it's a tweet. Like, it's such an undermining piece of nonsense to be like, put in jail for tweets, as if that's not a form of communication. Like, it would have been better. It would have been worse if she'd sent a letter. Or scrawled it in fucking graffiti on the side of a bus. Like, what? She used a public form of communication to advocate for terrorism.
Well, actually, it's like saying the tweet from Internet Hippo about how right-wingers always try and cover up what's happening with flowery language. It's like, if you when the Hamburg cell got arrested, it was like, oh no, so now it's illegal to make plans with friends.
Yeah, exactly. I thought we all agreed that we had freedom of conscience and freedom to gather in groups wherever we like. Freedom of association. It's illegal in Germany now. Yeah.
Although, for people who don't know, the Hamburg cell were the people who committed 9/11.
Yes. Yeah.
Before you say something like that.
Let me just clarify for those who are not aware of what's happened to Lucy Connolly. So Lucy Connolly, in the aftermath of those terrible Southport attacks, she put out a tweet urging people who read it to set fire to a hotel housing asylum seekers. She did then...
Which is a bit terroristy. It's a bit
okay,
terroristy.
listen, I think it's important to justify that. So in my mind, the way I would describe terrorism, because no one has an explicit definition or a legal definition of what this is, you just describe them as such, right? But in my mind, what terrorism is violence against civilians for political ends. That's the way I would view terrorism, and to create an environment of terror as well. So these kind of things all together.
Yeah.
And what happened with the burning down the hotels? It was violence against civilians, because asylum seekers and hotel workers are all civilians. The aim was political, because it was against the political policy of allowing asylum seekers into the country, right? It was explicitly done because of opposition to that political policy, and it was done to stoke terror in the people who were there, so that people would not want to come to the country anymore. Yes. How is that not terrorism? Someone want to at least, disagree with me on why that shouldn't be counted as terrorism, and why anybody who defends Lucy Connolly shouldn't be thought of as a terrorist sympathiser.
Synthesizer, yes.
And deleted, and she was given 31 months, and she lost her appeal this week. So look, I know you want
and
to...
again, she lost her appeal just because she pled guilty.
Mm-hmm. And she got less than half.
And didn't realise that pleading guilty meant that she was pleading guilty.
Yeah, exactly. And she got half the time that people got in prison for having a Zoom call about environmental protest.
Yeah.
By all means, talk about that, but let's also talk generally about why is the government planning to let criminals out early, and what has come out today of this independent sentencing review.
On the specifics of the Lucy case, I think that she said a despicable and immoral thing in a clearly divisive and extremely troubling time when riots were taking place and so on and so forth. I don't actually think that that's disputed. I think the question is whether someone should get 31 months in prison or be sentenced to 31 months as a result of that when she has a husband that has bone marrow failure, she has a young child.
Whoa. Since when was that fucking relevant?
Yeah, that's not... I didn't realise that was a part of it. Or if you've got a sob story, you don't go to jail for committing crimes. Sorry, everyone's got fucking problems. Maybe if you wanted to look after your bone marrow husband, don't commit crimes! Fucking hell. The right wing really are some of the most underhanded, slimy bastards. They'll bring up any old shit when it suits them. Imagine them ever making these kind of defensive backflips for a Muslim. Imagine if this person had been called Muhammad and had said, we need to burn down, I don't know, Christian houses or something, Christian church.
Burn down the church, because the exact phrase that Lucy Connolly used was, burn the hotels full of those bastards down for all I care, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if a Muslim had said, burn those churches full of kafir for all I care, right?
Exactly.
And she has no previous convictions in the past. So I think that there is a really important question to be asked there about why people are being sent to prison when we know that actually sex offenders and other people that commit crimes are being given suspended sentences. And I think that that's the question that a lot of people are asking. It's not so much the specifics of whether what she did was right or wrong. But on the question of...
No, but the fact that you're bringing it up means that you do support her. It's just you're too cowardly to come out and say you support her. So you're going to be like, oh no, we're just drawing a comparison between these two obviously completely different sets of crimes. Dickheads.
Of the broader issue that we're talking about today, the Conservatives undoubtedly left the prison system in an absolute mess, but that does not mean that what is being done is an answer to that or anywhere closer to an answer to that. When we had the last early release scheme, someone actually came out and then committed murder within days of actually being released. And the reality is, for a lot of people, it feels like the social contract is being broken.
He should have just joined the IDF. It wouldn't have been murder then. It's fine. Could have killed all the babies. It'd be fine.
Where if you commit crimes, even if it's so-called petty crimes like shoplifting, antisocial behaviour, burglary, you will essentially get a slap on the wrist. And I regularly, go to my local supermarket and the security guards are completely overwhelmed with the amount of criminal...
It's absolutely insane that this is still the position of the right in this country, that essentially we are never going to get to the point where our judicial system is punitive enough for right-wingers, right?
Yeah.
Crime is down, by the way. It's really worth pointing out the only kind of crime that's really been increasing over the last how many years is fraud. Fraud is up quite a lot, but broadly crime has kind of come down, and the pandemic really did stop crime going up at all, really. And yet, the prisons are overflowing. We have so many people in prison. Our prison system is so harsh. We literally have people who have been given infinite prison sentences. Luckily, we don't do this anymore, but we still need to commute the people who've been given them in the first place. Peter Stefanovic has done good work on these. Like, it's full to bursting. The judicial system is full to bursting, so you have people literally in prison waiting for court cases because of underfunding as well, right?
Yep.
So we are clearly over sentencing people. We are clearly putting too many people in fucking prison, and it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough for these people.
No, what we need to do is we need to kill all people who commit any crimes, except the ones that I'm okay with. That's it. That's literally conservative thought.
Yep.
Gangs that are just wreaking havoc on communities. And I think that these things lead to a huge lowering of living standards and a general sense that the quality of life in this country is declining. And I think I've read some really shocking statistics that between 2007 and 2018, 32,000 people avoided prison that had over 50 previous convictions. So I think I would argue that we need to get much tougher.
Fuck off. I'm sorry. Like, you can't just pull random statistics and act like that means anything. That's literally meaningless. Or they had loads of previous convictions, so they should definitely go to prison. What for? What did they commit? What was the 51st crime that they committed? Was it even worth a prison sentence? Right? You're looking at a prison system that is literally overflowing, right? Literally overflowing with people in prison, going, oh well, this is my metric. I've decided why people must go to prison for these things. Well, and also 32,000. What's that as a percentage? What's that as a percentage of the overall people who've gone to trial that year? That might not even be that much. I don't have all the numbers to hand to know what a reasonable percentage might theoretically look like.
Yeah.
But at the very least, give us in relative terms rather than big scary 32,000 number.
Well, that's the thing. You're asking sensible, reasonable questions to try and get to a good public policy position. She's going scary big number, crime scary, scary crime, which is literally just conservative ways of of talking to their supporters. Be scared, be very scared
literally.
of everything.
Like, to be a right winger, all you need is ignorance and money. All you need is ignorance and money and charisma. Like, that's all you need.
On criminals. We need to jail career criminals. I don't think that we should be letting people out early, because I think that actually doesn't address some of the underlying causes.
Okay, where the fuck are you going to put them then? Because it's full. Do you have a magic prison in the sky? Where are you going to put these fucking people?
It's fine. We're gonna grow a new prison from the prison tree.
Yeah, have we tried pressing the more prisons button? I think that will work.
That we're talking about.
So it's build more prisons and loads of them, because we're due to run out of places.
I was about to say, yeah, you can start building a prison, but it doesn't it's not a tent. It's not going to. You don't crop it up in an hour. We need, if you're going to imprison more people, we need more places now, and we do not have places.
I tell you what, we need better trade deals, and we need better economic relationships around the world. Now that we're outside the EU and Trump seems to be doing whatever he wants to do, just get China to build it. It's fine. Just get the Chinese Communist Party to build a prison in a week. There you go.
Yeah. Or let's go back to the old tried and trusted. Send them to Australia. It worked in the past. It can work again. Embrace tradition. Let's go.
I think is it by November? I mean, you probably know these figures, but carrying on at the current rate, we are going to run out of prison places.
Well,
and Labour's planning to build 3 more.
12% of the prison population are foreign nationals. I think that's even another area that we need to be looking at.
We've deported 4,000 foreign national prisoners since we came to office.
And I think that we should be going much further. But the reality is that...
Why do you think that? Why do you think that? Because he's just told you got rid of 4,000. What do you mean we should be going further? Why should we be doing that? That's just an instinctive piece of nonsense that she's just thrown out there. No, there's no thought here. There's no public policy analysis taking place. This is just lizard brain bullshit.
I mean, it's fine to want that dangerous foreign national criminals should be deported. I think that's not unreasonable. But if it's a foreign national who's gone to prison for some kind of theft, or not that they would nowadays, right? But if they're someone for a lower level crime, then who fucking cares?
Don't say lower level crime. Jesus Christ. Nick, Nick, he's right there. He's right there. Do you not care about his feelings? He's very insulted right now.
He's offended.
He is.
Crime is going through the roof in this country. And
no, it isn't.
No, it literally isn't.
It literally isn't.
No.
Out people that are committing dangerous crimes, I don't believe is the answer.
Okay. Woman here in the green dress.
I was going to say, also, surely looking at how to reduce reoffending, so some of the smaller sentences, the recommendation against having these smaller sentences, because you're basically creating a school for crime and you're increasing reoffending. If you want to reduce the amount of victims of crime, you need to reduce the amount of reoffending.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you, and I think that's actually one of the areas where the most focus needs to be made. Just to put this into some perspective, we have, 87,000 people in the prison system. It's the highest in Western Europe, but we have the highest reoffending rate in the rich world. So whatever it is we're doing, it's not working.
Rich world.
And a large part of that is putting in prison on short sentences people for low-level crimes. And what we're doing then is we're taking troublemakers and we're turning them into career criminals. Because you go into prison, what do you learn? You're bunched up with a large number of other criminals. You learn how to become a criminal. So I think of the many very sensible things in this review, that's where the focus needs to be. Cut those custodial sentences down and use other things, whether it's overhauling the probation system, tags, all manner of things you could do. But don't put these people into a school for where to become a criminal.
All right. I will hang on because I haven't brought Nick in on this conversation yet. So Nick,
worth pointing out as well, America has this same problem.
Yep.
America has an exact problem, the same as this, where too many people get sent to prison on short sentences or they take plea bargains, all of that kind of malarkey. They have an incredibly high prison population, obviously the biggest one in the world, We're peanuts in comparison. We're both high in percentage terms, and they both have we and the US both have recidivism problems as well.
Yeah.
Very high.
Literally the largest ever total and percentage of the population, prison population ever.
In history.
In the world, anywhere. So whenever they're going about gulags or the Chinese Communist parties, prisons or any other authoritarian state, just remember that. America is a prison state.
there's all sorts of recommendations in here. We've talked about letting prisoners out early after a third of their sentence, more use of probation service, greater use of rehabilitation. One thing that's caught the headlines is Shabana Mahmood saying, the Justice Secretary, saying that she would consider mandatory chemical castration of sex offenders. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Also, look, I think
It's a little bit pedo-geddon.
I mean, it's quite pedo-geddon. It's worth pointing out that the actual thing was about the most high-level sex offences, right? It was the worst sex offenders. It wasn't all sex offenders, which is kind of implied with this question.
Yeah. But it is a little bit like they're getting their public policy now from monkey dust.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Every parent's nightmare is harm coming to their child. And I think that we, as politicians, as the government, have a duty to do all we possibly can to keep the public safe.
So would you agree that a person, an adult person who flashes their penis at a 13-year-old and then chases them down the street should probably go to jail rather than be let off because they're friends with the health secretary? No? Okay.
And to keep our children safe. Now, it is already the case that this happens voluntarily in our prisons, and I think Shabana Mahmood is absolutely right to look at extending that and see if we can go even further to keep the public safe. But
Is that something you would support, mandatory
I support absolutely what Shabana Mahmood is doing on that and doing all we can to keep children and the public safe. But can I just come to the core of the argument here? Because I was a barrister before entering politics. I worked in our criminal justice system for a while, and I met many victims of crime. The last Labour government added about 28,000 places to the prison places in our prisons. In 14 years, the last Conservative government actually added only 500. And that meant that in July last year, when the general election was called, our prison system was running at 99% capacity. And let me just...
Efficient. Well run. That's exactly the number of places they needed. Checkmate. The private sector working again.
Just explain what that would mean.
Can I just say, again, it's not something that we need to focus on too much, but like another privatisation success story.
Yes, yet another privatisation success story. And the private prisons have obviously all the worst outcomes than all of the public prisons.
Well, yeah, because they've got a financial vested interest to make sure recidivism stays very high. It's good for the red line.
You're going to make another America comparison, also heavily privatised, also rely on prison labour, also have an incentive to keep the situations that create crime to have cyclical profits, all have the same problems that we do.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Zakat, for the raid. Welcome. You're through to the Justice Stream. We'll talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective, 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please drop a follow. And then you can also subscribe to YouTube at No Justice MTG as well over there. It's also free to do that. You can also follow Kevin Logan at KFLogan1875 over on Twitch, who I'm currently streaming with. We're watching Question Time.
Oi, oi.
The UK panel show. If you're Australian, which probably some of you are from Zakap's stream, this is basically similar to what do you call it? Like I think it might just be called
Q&A
or something. Q&A. It's called Q&A, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
little less audience interaction in our question.
Yeah,
time.
exactly. It's a bit more ask your question and shut up type deal.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway,
But yeah, and also everyone in my chat and Kev's chat, go and follow Zacap. That's twitch.tv/ZACHAP for far leftist educational content. Excellent channel, highly recommended.
very much so. Oh, my alert box was off. Oh fuck. Hello there, James from the internet and the James from the internet Raiderinos.
Hey!
Oi, oi, oi. Everyone, if you're following James from the internet, go to his channel and unfollow him, and just follow me. That's how that works. Okay, you can't follow both of us, so just follow me. I'm only joking. Everyone go and follow James from the internet, and I'm with No Justice MTG, who's fucking awesome. You can follow both of us and give us money.
Please do that.
You can do those things, I promise. Anyway, yes, we were talking about the American prison industrial complex, and the fact that it gets even worse when you consider that the conglomerates that own a lot of these private prison systems then spend the profit they make from the increased recidivism to lobby and essentially purchase the votes of local legislators in the state houses to then pass 3 strikes and you're outlaw, which means that even really, really low-level offences, if it's a 3rd strike, you then get a mandatory minimum of 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Like essentially, it's a license to print money with the tiers of largely black and poor people. That's
yes,
it.
it's just it's just shit. I mean, America fucking sucks. America's just a terrible country.
It is pretty awful. And you know the worst part of it? James from the internet.
It's true.
Yeah.
If we literally had our prisons overflowing, it would mean that judges up and down the country wouldn't be able to send the most serious offenders to prison because there would be nowhere to send them. Literally, there would be no purpose to police arresting people on our streets, and it makes me angry.
You could have just stopped at there's no point in police. Because that is true, they are fucking shit.
Angry, actually, when I think of those victims I met, that's the situation they were left. It was frankly criminally negligent that the prisons were left in that state.
So are these 2 bellends just having an offence off tonight? Oh, I'm more offended than you. Well, I'm more insulted than you, sir.
We've gone peak woke.
We have. The woke mind virus is infected. Question time.
Victory is ours! What that means is, frankly, there are no easy options. You know, we talk about building new prisons. Absolutely. This government will embark upon the large...
Stop the addiction. We need to have an intervention in this country on ourselves and just say, no, we have more than enough prison places. Stop fucking sending random people, like old women who don't pay the council tax, don't need to go to fucking jail. It's ridiculous. People who organise on Zoom to maybe cause a public nuisance don't need 5-year fucking stretches. It's mental. Fuck's sake. You know who needs to be in jail, though? Prince Andrew. Because he's a fucking sweaty pederast. I said it. It needed to be said.
Largest prison building programme since the Victorian period, with an extra 14,000 places. But that is not going to help us with the situation.
Okay, but to be fair, you're also bringing back Victorian levels of wealth inequality. So, we're going to party like it's 1850. Let's go.
We find ourselves.
And so, what do you say to Hash's point, which is this is a step in the right direction, but it's going nowhere. It's not even touching the sides of the issues.
I forgot that. The slave labour as well. Let's not forget that. They've basically managed to get a slave army in America because of the prison labour. Because that's allowed. That's legal. I've talked to Americans who don't even know that. They think that the was it 16th Amendment, whatever, outlawed slavery. It didn't. It outlawed it except as a punishment for crime.
I wonder why there is such a high ethnic minority population in the prison system in America.
Yep.
It's almost like they wanted to ensure that the pre-Civil War era...
Yes.
Yeah, the pre-Civil War era could continue indefinitely and no one would notice.
Yeah, indentured slavery. By the back door. Fantastic.
Actually, Suge Light points out in chat, right? This is the surplus labour, dawn of AI and mass automation. Let's build more prisons pipeline. So true.
Homes when they come out of prisons as well.
Okay, let's get onto that in a minute. But in terms of the criminal justice system,
he's good, him. I like
people
him.
spending enormous amounts of time on remand. They can't get court time. The judges we've got too much work. The probation service. The probation said it would be catastrophic if they are not given sufficient resources to deal with this huge expansion of work they're going to have to do.
No, and he's absolutely right to raise this general issue, and it speaks to, frankly...
But what are you going to do about it? That's the thing.
Public services being on their knees when we came into office. But let me just take specifically where we are on this, because we have to, as a matter of urgency, deal with this situation in our prisons. And what the government has said today is that those offenders who are identified as being a danger to the public going forward, they will not be released. Terrorists are not going to be released onto our streets. The case that Kieran was raising about a terrible murder by the sounds of it, murderer wouldn't be released. But what we're going to have is a system. It's based on a model that's been working in Texas. Shabana Mahmood went to Texas to see...
Oh, for fuck's sake. We're literally now taking advice from, like, the acme of fucked up governance that is Texas. We're looking to Texas and being like, oh, you know, we should do that.
Brilliant.
Amazing. Honestly, just when you think this government can't get any more embarrassing, they're now going, you know who we need to be more like? Texas!
This model in action is about behaviour in prison. There has to be that good behaviour in prison to be released at 33%. If that behaviour is not there, then prisoners will continue to serve. But we have to take this emergency action in relation to our prisons to keep the public safe.
Kieran, I know you're itching to come back in. Do you want to answer the question from the person in the audience who just said, well, why don't you just build more prison places? If you feel so strongly about having people in prison, why didn't you do it? No, do you want to answer that question?
Well, I think it's important to respond to two points.
I want you to ask the question from the audience. That's the point of the programme.
Of course, I believe in ensuring we have enough...
Did we just see a journalism?
A wild journalism appeared.
Wow, that is incredible. 3 times he tried to ignore her, and he's like, no, you're going to answer the question from the person in the audience. It's question time, not talky between these two dickheads time.
Yeah, literally, that is the point of the show. He had to be told, right, this guy's having a real mare, isn't he?
He's not putting his best foot forward. Although, if he is, that's even worse.
Prison spaces to lock people up. And actually,
do you accept that the government the previous government built not enough of them?
If I can add, the prison that's been most recently opened by Labour, we built. We built that prison, set that process in place. It just so happened that the building finished after we had come out of government. I regret that we weren't able to build more prisons at a faster rate.
Okay,
but if we're saying that the early release of prisoners that the Labour...
So his response to this is, why didn't you build enough prison places, is, well, we waited until the very last moment possible to build a prison. After 14 years in government, at no point did they think maybe we should have one finished before we're out of office.
Yeah. What's this?
Not great, is it? Not a great response.
Nick Ferrari probes Robert Jenrick on the Tories' record as he criticises Labour. This could be quite interesting.
Over 4.
If you want to have a look?
Yeah, go for it.
Fuck it, why not? Suggestion from chat. That's big. That's bigger. That.
14 years.
Well, let me explain what the
number of additional prison places provided during the Conservatives' years in power was 482.
We should have built more prison places, absolutely.
You built 482 additional prison places over 14 years, and you're lecturing this government, Mr. Jenrick. How do you think my listeners will react to that?
Well, because what needs to happen here is we need to have a proper plan that actually protects the public.
What happened for 14 years?
Well, let me explain. What the government's saying is that they need to find 9,500 additional prison places in the years ahead. And they're going to do that by letting prisoners out early. What can happen instead is that we get the 10,800 foreign national offenders out of our prisons and deported from our country. Or we could tackle the
Kev, can you, mute that one second? I
17,800
need the
people
loop.
who are in
Cover it
prison
with chat while I'm
awaiting
gone.
trial.
Why
but
didn't
who
You what, sorry?
I need the loop. Cover it with chat while I'm gone.
Oh,
Tories do that.
Well, we have worked on these things, but that's a lot of people. A third of the people in our prisons are either foreign national offenders or they are on remand awaiting trial. And so the government should be focusing on those things rather than, for ideological reasons, letting people out onto the streets early, which are going to put the public in danger and I think spark a crime wave.
Is it true that the number of additional prison places provided during
the
the
Tories
Conservative
really
years in
are
power?
Dead. The Tories are dead. They've got nothing to offer. They're running on empty. And you know what? It would be funnier if Robert Jenrick did become the fucking leader, because he'd, I think, probably do even worse than Kemi Badenoch. Incredible shit.
To undertake as a demonstration of the system we left. Remember, last time they were in, they let out 70,000 prisoners earlier because of their mismanagement of the prison service, and they haven't had to release anything like that number of people. So I think that gives you some perspective. But
the fuck is he talking about? Has he just plucked that number out of his arse? I've not heard this before.
in terms of the
Well, that's you saying you're both equally bad.
About the broader debate about what we do with prisoners, I think we absolutely have to distinguish between those people who absolutely we can do more to divert from crime, to set on a different path. And I believe passionately in that. But I'll go back to what I said. And you criticise me, Hashi, for bringing up an example of a murder as some way, an extreme case. Please tell me which rape and which child abuse and which killer of a child, perhaps because they've run them over in their car, is not an extreme case. I mean, those are the things that our criminal justice system deals with, and it's those...
Hang on, so your defence of bringing up extreme cases is to bring up another extreme case to try and, like... I don't think he was saying they weren't extreme cases. He was saying precisely the fact that you're bringing up extreme cases to try and emotionally manipulate people during a conversation that should be based around reasonability, rationality, good public policy, rather than just silly feels. God, you're a wanker, mate.
People who want to see appropriate punishment. That is what the justice system is also there to do.
All right.
And Nick
You
has
made
to
that
accept that you will be letting out people who commit earlier some of the most egregious offences like rape and child abuse, and I think that's indefensible.
You should take responsibility, Kieran.
Okay. I'm going to move on to our next question because I want to fit two more in if I can. Sunil Gupta.
I'll wait, as it's a new question, I'll wait for Helena to get back. Kemi Badenoch's new plan: behead people in jail. All crime leads to beheading. I'm not sure that is entirely her policy, but she is a dumb fuck, so it's possible. I don't know. Yes. Don't forget, if you're enjoying the content, and why would you not be enjoying the content? It's amazing to watch a Tory flail so pathetically. You can hit the follow button, you can subscribe. Subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can give subs to the community, you can do bits messages, super chats, become a member over on the YouTube, all of that sort of jazz. For both myself and No Justice of the MTGs, who is based and awesome. What is this? That is... Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. There you go. What have we got here? Kemi Badenoch. Hang on. Where the... Go away. Fucking Twitch thing. Kemi Badenoch would strike a deal with Trump to send those she doesn't like to El Salvador. I'm sure she probably would, yeah. I mean, the El Salvador thing is essentially just Rwanda by slightly different means, really. And they're actually planning on doing some fucking similar dumb shit. The Labour Party are as well, in terms of... not necessarily the exact same thing as Rwanda, because they want to send people who have been, I think, denied immigration status or whatever, to send them abroad somewhere. But it's sort of a little bit Rwanda 2 Electric Boogaloo, which is really annoying because the Rwanda scheme and getting rid of it was one of the few policies this fucking shithouse Labour government have enacted, that I've supported and thought that was good, even if they were doing it for the wrong reasons, which they undoubtedly were, by the way, because the rationale was that it wasn't efficiently racist, if that makes sense. They still want to get rid of loads and loads of people from the country, but they don't think it was economically the most efficient way of doing it, rather than the fact that it was a fucking disgrace and it broke international law left, right, and centre. That wasn't the issue that they had with it, which is pretty fucking telling. From a supposed human rights lawyer, Keir Starmer. It tells you so much about the power corrupting people. Because Keir Starmer, I mean, he was always a bit of a prick, but did have a genuine record as a human rights lawyer. Like, he helped the McLibel pair. He did seem to support migrant rights and stuff and LGBTQ rights during most of his adult life, until he got involved in politics. Until the scent of the prime ministerial seat entered his nostrils, then all of a sudden he became just an absolutely insufferable, bullshitting con artist of the worst kind. Fucking evil bastard. And it happens across the board. This is the problem. This is the problem I have with all political parties, is that Westminster has a way of corrupting and poisoning the souls of otherwise good people. I think a lot of people go into politics and end up in Westminster genuinely wanting to affect things and change things in positive ways, and then the day-to-day miasma of filth that is Westminster just corrupts them.
I think the thing with Keir Starmer is that in most cases, people get corrupted by Westminster having gone in wanting to do something good. Keir Starmer didn't even go into politics to do something good. He was just convinced to run to be an MP because they wanted him to be Ed Miliband's Attorney General if he won the 2015 election. Like, he didn't even want to be there in the fucking first place. And he didn't want to be Prime Minister until Morgan McSweeney told him to be. It's so, like, he's such the fucking the accidental Prime Minister.
Oh, no, absolutely. But, like, he did seem to have some semblance of human rights principle for most of his adult life. And then, like, Westminster and Downing Street has just totally destroyed any semblance of that. To the point where he's now like, well, trans people don't even really exist anymore.
What? He was like out in the Caribbean fighting people who've been put on fighting for people who've been put on death row because he felt so strongly against against capital punishment. You know, he did so much work. You know, as you said, like McLibel and shit like that, and just instant. I mean, I guess politics corrupted, but it felt like Morgan McSweeney just kind of blackened his soul.
Yeah. Sozzle Snake makes a good point. Yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer didn't have an absolutely squeaky clean record, but like he seemed like a vaguely decent person for the most part. And then, like I say, Westminster just has this foul, corrupting influence on everybody that goes near it. That's why, like, as much as I didn't want to see Mhairi Black leave Westminster because I thought she was fucking awesome, I totally vibe with her reasoning. Like, this isn't good for me. I don't want to become this person. And that's absolutely fair. Good. Get out while you still can.
That's you. Okay, we've heard from you already. Let's hear your question.
Given this week's change on winter fuel payments, does the Prime Minister need a roadmap, considering he keeps making U-turns?
Well, so...
Changing your opinion is bad.
I mean... They probably shouldn't have had the opinion in the first place, right? I mean, it gives
exactly, yes. But
the issue, of course, is that there were plenty of U-turns that he did that weren't U-turns in response to public opinion or backlash. They were just U-turns because the original thing that he said was a total fucking lie.
Yep.
Like, this is one of the good U-turns where he did something people hated and then decided not to do it. Although, to be fair, this is because they started losing elections, not because they actually cared about the results of the actual policy itself.
Oh, yeah.
When it came to the leadership election or the manifesto promises, it was just like, no, they were just fucking lies.
Yeah.
They were just total lies, and we never intended on honouring any of these promises.
Yeah.
So Keir Starmer, I mean, the government denied it for weeks, saying a month, winter fuel payment.
Which, by the way, I don't want to... Like, Kev Stradamus has struck again, but I don't want to make a big deal of it. I did definitely say the reason I knew that he was going to U-turn on this was because he promised he wouldn't.
It's so true. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, that's the only truly, like, guiding North Star of this government is whatever they've said they're going to do, they will not do. And whatever they've said they definitely won't do, they will do.
Yeah, there's only three things certain in this world: death, taxes, and Keir Starmer breaking his promises.
True.
The cuts to that are here to stay. And then Keir Starmer said this week, we want to ensure that more pensioners are eligible for winter fuel payments as we go forward. What he didn't say is how many more will receive it and when they will receive it. Does the Prime Minister need a roadmap, Inaya?
I think that would be quite well advised, actually. I mean, a Labour Minister, Lucy Powell, she said that we would have an economic crash if they did not cut the winter fuel payments. Well, clearly, after the local election results and the fact that they have reform harking on their heels, and the fact that the winter fuel payment came up a lot in terms of what people felt was very unjustified and unfair, they're changing their tune on that. And to me, that's not just the Labour government listening. That seems to me to be desperation and running scared. And the problem, though, is that there are bigger questions, though, that I do think that we need to ask as a society when it comes to the ageing population, whether that's the social care crisis, whether that's the question of the triple lock on pensions. I mean, I'm in my 20s, and I speak to other people in their 20s who don't believe that they're going to get a state pension, quite frankly, because we have an ageing population, low birth rates, and the welfare system...
I don't want to be rude, but I thought she was older than that.
Me too. I mean, I just... Yeah, I wish them 30s rather than 20s, but...
Just, I mean, like, who gets into, like, mainstream news and all that sort of stuff in their 20s? That's pretty... I mean, that's quite impressive in a way, but it is also GB News, so not so much. I
was going to say, like, who in their 20s gets enough money to set up a think tank?
Right-wing wankers.
I'm just like, it seems like a grift. Seems like a grift.
A little bit.
Does seem very unaffordable.
So would you like to get rid of the triple lock?
I think that we need to have a whole national conversation.
Yes. That sounds like a yes.
I think we need to have a national conversation.
But what would you like? Would you like to see it abolished?
What's the end of the conversation then?
Well, I think...
You must have a view.
I think that we need to have that discussion, definitely, because the reality is... The reality is
Sounds to me like you think you should get rid of it, but you don't want to say it right now.
I don't think that we should get rid of it right now, but I think that for future generations, I think we need to really think about the sustainability of the welfare state, and that also includes pensions. So I think the problem with the winter fuel thing is that it's just some tinkering around the edges without actually bringing up a really...
What a slimy bastard. Can't even just be honest about it. I know future generations can get fucked, but it would lose the right-wing votes to get rid of the triple lock now, so fuck it. What a wanker.
Basically, yeah, you know.
Yep.
Really mature and important conversation we do need to have about the way that taxes and money is distributed fairly across the generations. I think that's a very legitimate thing to do, but this does nothing to actually address that.
OK, Zanny, given this week's change on winter fuel payments, does the Prime Minister need a roadmap, considering he keeps making U-turns? That's the question.
Well, I completely agree with Anaya. I think this was a sort of political car crash from the very beginning. It was, at its best, it raised a modest amount of money. They didn't prep it last year at all. It was a politically unbelievably tin-eared thing to do. If you're going to have a sort of lose a lot of political capital, then at least do it over something that is meaningful. And I happen to agree with you about the triple lock. In fact, I'm quite a lot older than you are. I'll go further and say the triple lock should go. I think in an ageing society, we cannot continue to maintain these promises to the older generation, leaving a huge burden on younger generations. I think we need to have an honest discussion about that, and I think the triple lock should go. But I think the winter fuel debacle is, for me, problematic, not just because it's a sort of test exhibit A.
There's certain sympathy to the point she's making there in general about not leaving younger generations behind. But she's, like, literally called Zanny Minton Beddoes. Like, she can afford to fuck over older people. And she's not saying, like, oh, we need to fuck over older people to help young people. She just wants lower standards for every poor person, regardless of their generation. It's not like it's not. She wants equality, but that equality to be lower than the current living standards you have.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, what I would say, I know this doesn't actually solve anything, it's just kind of a moan, but I'm going to moan anyway. There was a way that we could have had our pension system covered with a triple lock for ages, and we wouldn't have to worry about the burden being placed on young people in terms of taxing to pay for that welfare state, was if we had a giant pension fund paid by having a nationalised oil sector, for example, like Norway has, where their pension fund owns 1.5% of all stocks in the world.
No, that's old people communism.
Yeah, it's pension communism, you know?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if we had that and then we wouldn't have to tax anybody to afford to be able to have a good pensions for the elderly.
Yeah.
Imagine that. What a crazy world that would be. But of course, no countries have ever done this, ever, and it's completely unfeasible. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with young people getting taxed more instead.
Yay! Higher taxes and lower living standards. A recipe for victory.
But plenty of profits for the shareholders of Centrica. And if anybody, those are the really important people, not our elderly or our young.
Well, those people, and of course, people who own houses. Those people need to be looked after.
For the tin-eared nature of this government, with apologies, Nick. But I think it's also problematic, because once you've done one U-turn, I don't know whether the driving analogy works, but you probably do more. Because you will.
That means you keep going round in circles, effectively.
Well, that actually is a very good analogy then, because that is what they're doing. Because there are huge economic problems in this country. This government came in with an enormous majority, the ability to pursue some really dramatic and radical change. I don't know. It's been timid. It's been non-radical. It hasn't done very much. And when it has done things, they've been politically tin-eared and they've done a U-turn. So I think this is a problem because it's symptomatic of a risk this government faces. So I don't think they should have done the winter fuel payments, but if having done it, now doing this kind of U-turn, particularly when it was the Prime Minister and not the Chancellor, she was off somewhere else, I don't know, the whole thing smacks of political desperation, as you say.
All right. Man here.
True.
We're talking about the triple lock on pensions as being an example. Also today, the government has done another U-turn.
So it's either Wilfred Brimley, or it's what's his name? Fucking Brad Marsh.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
It was only going to be 2.8% for teacher pay rises. They've been given 4% today. All of the other health services, the fire, the police have all been given quite reasonable, sensible rises. I'm a school business manager. I can't afford to pay 4%.
God bless.
My budget for next year went up 0.89%. And out of that, I've got to find 4% extra in salaries without the cost of everything else.
Have you thought about selling some of the children into copper mining?
I mean,
you make money and you lower expenses on the number of people you have to educate.
I mean, yeah.
Modern problems require modern solutions, okay?
We just have to put taxes up. Like,
yeah, it really is that simple. Yeah.
Like, there was somebody who was moaning on Twitter. It's this new European columnist called James Ball, and he really is a dickhead. But he was saying, people think the wealth tax will magically fix everything, and we don't need to raise any other taxes. I'm like, well, no one's saying this. I'm going to say it right now. We should raise other taxes as well. Maybe we can put a point in income tax or remove the national insurance taper for higher earners or whatever it is. We could increase capital gains. There's a whole raft of taxes that we should increase, right?
Yeah.
Well, we can't, if we do increase taxes, we can't just increase income tax on POA earners, because overall our POA earners probably pay less in tax here than they do in other countries in Europe. So they probably do have to go up at least somewhat. But if those people are going to pay extra taxes, the idea that we also don't at the same time put even more taxes on the highest earners as well, or the wealthiest people in the country who pay considerably less as a percentage because they make money through other means rather than PAYE, is quite frankly for the birds.
Yeah.
So of course the wealth tax should be the absolute focal point of a future tax arrangement, because it will be unfair to expect everybody to pay more and not the rich to pay more, right? But broadly, taxes do have to go up in line with other countries across the Western world, right?
Yeah.
That's fine, because otherwise things like this is going to be unaffordable.
Yeah.
If we don't start balancing our books and looking at things like the triple lock, and yes, I'm ageing as well, and I'm about to retire at the end of this school year, so it does affect me. I think we are going to create a bigger and bigger problem that future generations are quite right, they won't get a pension, but also will they get health services? Will we have to start charging for schools? Will we get to a point where we can't afford state schools?
Woman there in the glasses.
I mean, do we really...
It's so ludicrous. We can obviously afford these things. We're so unbelievably fucking wealthy. It's just, it's owned by like 20 fucking people who for some reason we can't ever tax. Mad. It's insane. Of course we can afford a fucking healthcare service. Of course we can afford schools. I know the point he's making, and I don't think he's like... I don't want to bitch him out too much, because A, that moustache is fucking delicious. And secondly, I think he's probably... his heart's in the right place. But ultimately, we need to stop being fucking peasant-brained. And like fighting amongst ourselves. We can afford a triple lock pension. We can. People should have dignity and prosperity in retirement as well. That's fine. We don't need to... it's not a trade-off. This, I mean, the boomers have not helped themselves, but ultimately it's not a generational thing. You should be able to afford to have a home. If we're going to have anything like the concept of owning homes, then you should be able to do so after a lifetime of work. It's so sad.
I mean, I agree. I agree.
They live in a world where anything is guaranteed anymore. Should anyone think that they are due a winter fuel payment? I mean, it's lovely to think that we could have some more rational conversations and talk about means testing. But also, what about the fact that many of these people are in homes that are much too big for them, that they can't afford to heat, quite literally, and why they're so desperate for these payments? What are we doing to actually encourage an aging population to downsize? You know, are we talking...
fuck off. Just fuck off. Just go away.
Again, these people are still living in 2010 world of, well, we need to make difficult decisions. And I'm just like, this is just something like what you need to encourage. Well, we're going to get fucking 1 million pensioners to downsize.
Yeah. Also, why should they have to go through the expense and the incredible stress of having to move? They've lived in that house for God. They've got emotional attachment. They've probably raised families in that house. Why the fuck should they have to downsize? Just so you, who works in, I don't know, fucking tech or fucking PR or some shit, don't have to pay slightly more in tax.
And just in general, like, maybe this is an argument that literally at any point we should have built some more fucking houses.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
People wouldn't have to be talking about, maybe we should have this, the old people should downsize to spare more rooms for HMOs, for landlords to be able to put students in or whatever. How about we build some fucking houses?
Yeah. Also, like, just get fucked to this person. Get fucked. Why should anyone assume they were entitled to anything? Because they're human beings. And I don't want old people to freeze to death, you fucking ghoul.
And like, maybe I'm slightly more amenable to the point than you, in that I think that there is a lot of entitlement around the winter fuel payment, which isn't matched by the generosity elsewhere. When it comes to the welfare state, right? You can, I mean, saying that a welfare payment should last forever, I don't think that's necessarily true. You can make the use case in each point, right? But what I think is correct is that there is a giant kind of there's a giant hypocrisy at the heart of a load of right-wingers who are absolutely fucking seething about the winter fuel payment being removed because the elderly are the deserving poor, even though it's not means tested, or at least wasn't before now. And yet, PIP cuts, like you've got people like Richard Tice saying, well, there'd to be much more in terms of PIP cuts. Half the population, really, it's about 50-50 split. Like the disability cuts are good or were good or should go further. You know, so the right wingers are really, really hypocritical because even though the elderly are richer than the disabled, they are the deserving of the winter fuel payment. Yet PIP cuts are justified.
You're far too nice, and come the revolution, you will pay for your counter-revolutionary filth. Yeah. What was I going to say? Thank you, Thinking Sabercat. I'll take a look at that link off air, because it is nearly midnight and we've still got more of this shit left.
Talking about reducing stamp duty on people who downsize their houses to create a space for people who have growing families. Like, it just seems like there's absolutely...
Or we stop you cunts from breeding. Simple.
Zero imagination in any of this, and it's really just boring.
Okay.
We are in Dulwich. I'll just say that.
I mean, I think we have to wake up and realise that the way young people think about money and the future has radically changed. I mean, young people now can't afford to go to university. They're not going to save up for a house, have, 2 kids and a dog, diligently have a kind of job that pays a pension. It's just, not reality that young people have that same arc or curve or thought in terms of their own financial literacy.
This is not a financial literacy problem, you fucking ghoul. They can't afford it because they get paid like shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown of these people. How is it the panelists are better than the audience? Like, I'm just gonna have a fucking meltdown at this point where people try and blame young people for the fact that they have no money and house prices are fucking stratospheric.
It's the you need to just not have the latte. Yeah, if you have
avocado
lattes,
toast.
Yeah. Like your bootstraps, you're not even pulling yourself up by them. So
clearly, young people aren't putting enough money away into ISAs. I'm like, they spend all their money on operational expenditure.
Yeah, like when half of your fucking meager wage goes to a landlord cunt to do nothing. Like, yeah, their arc is different in that they want to burn everything down.
Yeah, their retirement.
It's just not the case right now.
Their retirement plan is societal collapse.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to get hit by a bus. That's my one. That's my plan. I'm going to go to I can't afford anything, and then I will just get hit by a bus. It'll be fine. That's what's called being a millennial.
And so what do you make of the fact that the government has done a U-turn on winter fuel allowance? Do you welcome it, or do you think actually they should have stuck with it?
I think it's minuscule when you think about the amount of people that it's going to affect. And I think, it's just it's a political play.
So, Nick, listen, we talked a lot about triple lock of pensions. I mean, for those who aren't familiar with it, it means that pensions will rise either by average earnings, by inflation, or by 2.5%, whichever is the higher. I mean, this is just a sort of sample of people talking in the audience here, but there's not a lot of happiness about either the winter fuel allowance should have come in the first place, or actually, what you've done now is just tinkering around the edges, not dealing with the real issues facing us.
Well, look, firstly, we support the triple lock on pensions. It'll be worth about £1,900 to pensioners across the course of this Parliament. But just to take the issue of means testing of winter fuel payments, we had to take a series of very difficult decisions when we came into office, of which the means testing of winter fuel payments was one. But since then, we've been able to build on that foundation. The first quarter of this year, we had the fastest growing economy in the G7. And even in the last 3 weeks, huge votes of confidence in our economy.
In the last 3 weeks, since you lost an election and completely freaked out, and Keir Starmer started tweeting like a fucking drunk guy in the pub going on about the Browns. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is so obviously a freak out reaction to all of that. It's got nothing to do with the economy getting better. Don't fucking lie to me.
Economy, not just the EU-UK trade deal we discussed earlier, but also we've secured an economic deal with the United States, we've secured a trade deal with India. And it's right now that as the economy is improving, we do look at increasing the number of pensioners who are entitled to winter fuel payments. And I just say this, I don't think anyone thinks it is a good use of public money to be paying the winter fuel payment to millionaires. I think it is right to means test.
Yes, but lots of people who aren't getting...
No, it's fine to just not tax millionaires and allow them to own everything.
I mean, again, as you say, if you really, really care about the winter fuel payment not going to people who don't need it, then you don't means test it, which means that people fall through the cracks who do need it. Therefore, you are making sure that there are some people who are going to be increasing poverty.
Yeah.
But you're going to have more people in poverty that way.
Yep.
What you do is you give it universally to everybody, and then you tax it back from the richer people who don't need it through a taper.
Yep. Very simple.
So that solves 3 problems, right? No one falls through the cracks because everyone gets it and only the rich get it back. You already have the infrastructure to do that because everyone has to pay tax, right? You just use the existing tax infrastructure to claw that back. No additional administration outside of initially doing it for the first time. And last of all is you don't have the problem of the knockoff point, right? Whereas currently there are some people who are not getting winter fuel payment who are going to get less annually in welfare from the state than people who get the welfare, who actually do get the winter fuel payment, because they are not getting the winter fuel payment, and they're not getting pension credit either because they don't qualify, right?
Yes.
That cut-off point means that there's a cliff edge, there's a cliff edge there. Whereas if you do a tax taper, it's gradual. As you go up the income threshold, how much of that £300 is being clawed back through taxation?
Yep, indeed.
So it's a much better way of doing it. Entirely.
And if you just tax the rich slightly more even than that, you could just pay for the winter fuel payments for everybody anyway.
Well, exactly. And then people say, well, then you're giving it back to rich people. Yes. Who cares? You're being taxed back. Who cares?
Like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'll give 300 quid and then tax it back to Mick Jagger if it means that, the bloke at the end of the road who's just above that taper doesn't freeze to death.
Exactly.
I'm fine with that, actually. Yeah, cool.
Getting it are not millionaires, Nick, as you well know.
And that is exactly right, Fiona. And that is why, after the local elections, the Prime Minister said, I get it, and that is why we will be increasing the number of pensioners.
But what you've got is pensioners are now in a situation where they think, well, am I going to get my winter fuel allowance then? And when might I get it? Now, Gordon Brown, he knows a thing or two about Labour. He talked to Keir Starmer. He said, look, Keir Starmer won't be waiting till the October budget. He said, I'm sure Keir wouldn't have announced something like this if he didn't have a plan of how to achieve it. So when will people know whether or not they're going to get their winter fuel allowance or not?
Look, we've said we will announce it at a fiscal event, and we want to obviously move forward with this. But we want to do it
again, Gordon Brown said, look, I'm not saying Gordon Brown is interchangeable with Keir Starmer, but, when he speaks about Labour things, it's worth listening. He said, Keir Starmer will not wait.
Yeah, they're not interchangeable because Gordon Brown's policies actually lifted children out of poverty rather than into poverty. So, they're not interchangeable.
I mean, we almost eradicated child poverty.
Yeah.
Under Gordon Brown.
Yeah.
There's very few things that you can write home about from New Labour. They're dramatic and historic reduction in child poverty is one of them.
Yeah. So they're not at all similar.
Until the October budget, that would be too late. Is he right?
Well, look, in respect of this, we will obviously be responsible with the public finance.
Is he right about that? Will people know before the October budget?
We will make sure that we are identifying...
Wow, she's on her game tonight. She's like, no, I'm going to continue to ask you the question. I'm going to make you look a prick. That's all I'm asking for from any journalist is, if they don't want to answer your question, so repeat it to them, to make them to emphasise to everybody how much of a lying, snaky piece of shite they are. That's fine. That's good enough journalism as far as I'm concerned.
Where the money is coming from.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking you. Will people know before the October budget?
We've seen the effects before of trying to make spending pledges. Liz Truss did this in terms of tax cuts without saying where the money's coming from. So we won't do that. And it's right as the economy improves that we judge this. But of course we want to move as soon as possible.
So does that mean before the October budget then, doesn't it?
Sorry, it'll be announced at a fiscal event. That's what we've said today.
So June, then? Next month?
No. June is not a fiscal event. We will announce it at a fiscal event, but we want to move as quickly...
Just say the fucking budget then, you prick. Oh, God. Look, can you not understand why no one trusts a fucking word any of you wankers say? Even something as simple as, this policy that you wanted us to do, we'll do it on this day.
Or even, we've not decided whether that will happen yet, but the next fiscal event is the budget, so that's a potential date that it could happen, right? Like, just something basic rather than just not answering the question at all.
Yeah, like, it makes you look unbelievably dishonest, which, I mean, you are unbelievably dishonest, but you should be trying not to look like that. And even something as simple as this, like, it reminds me of the Donald Trump pleading the Fifth Amendment to his own name. He was asked what his name was, and he pled the Fifth. Genius.
As we can as the economy improves.
Can I just on carrying on the car analogy of U-turns and car crashes? Maybe around Downing Street you might need to establish a low traffic neighbourhood. so that he knows he doesn't go too fast. I mean, look, I'm a big believer that the triple lock pension is completely and utterly indefensible now. It's a multi-generational betrayal of people who are young today, who are getting a raw deal of having to pay a significant amount of tuition fees. They come out of university saddled with...
See, this is the problem. You get a bit shit-libby sometimes.
And also, like...
You don't need to drop the standards of living for older people in order to raise the living standards of younger people.
And also, like, young people will eventually retire.
Yep.
They'll get a bigger pension. The triple lock will mean that if it's kept, obviously it won't do, but theoretically if it was kept for the next 40 years or whatever, that would mean my pension would be bigger than the current ones are now.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
But of course, you know, that there is a level to which that it could theoretically be unsustainable at the current rate that it is, just because of how aging the demographics are, not because it's somehow inherently as a policy unfair. It's there's a demographic problem that underpins it.
True.
Debt. They can't get. They're still living in their parents' homes, well in their 20s and 30s. They might get a good job. They might not have a decent pension, and the world is more unstable than we've ever known it. That doesn't seem like a very good social contract to be giving to most of our young people.
I don't know that you can say the world is more unstable. Like, we did have the Luftwaffe flattening our cities at one point. I would argue that was more unstable. I'm just saying.
True.
Spanish influenza killed like 6% of the human population. You know what I mean? Like, let's not big it up too much.
People today. Now, on Labour U-turning on the winter fuel, I agree that in the end, this is a very small amount of savings that they have now paid a big political price for. And those people who voted for reform to think that they might have an idea for them, I'm sure you really didn't think they had an idea for that either, but it was a protest vote that showed, at least in part on that issue, that people were unhappy. But there is also another fundamental question that arises out of what's going on with Labour that is troubling me. So one of the things that Labour has done in my world as a planning lawyer is they've talked about building 1.5 million homes in this parliament. Whether they actually achieve that or not is a different matter. But the planning reforms that they have put forward are genuinely incredibly ambitious, and they could genuinely make a difference. What's concerning is at the first local election, they seem to be balking and turning on this particular issue. And it really, really concerns me that in 2-3 years' time, are they still going to stick with these particular reforms that will make a difference to so many people and so many people's chances to get on the property ladder? And the final thing I'll say is that lady talked about the lack of imagination. I completely agree with you. When you think about the number of people who are living 2 or 1 person in a massive house that they can't afford to heat themselves, and there is no incentive for them to downsize, there is a fundamental lack of imagination that doesn't tackle these issues in multiple...
Oh, fucking New Statesman. It's a shame.
Also, thank you, Crawl the Wolf, pointing out, why do we ignore the profit-making of the private interests when services are unaffordable? Instead of paying people to afford it, we could stand against profiteering. That's true. I mean, all the money that you spend on subsidising the high energy bills when we could just nationalise the energy sector.
Yeah, we need ultimately, all of the problems that get talked about in this area, we need a fundamental re-evaluation of their entire economic system.
Yeah.
Because it isn't fucking working for like 98% of the population. By design. That's not an accident. It's not meant to.
Places, and then you go for something like winter fuel, you come unstuck and you come running back to your low traffic neighbourhood, and that's where we are now. So we need to do better, and I really hope Labour will hold its nerve where it matters most.
Kieran, let me just remind you of the question, Kieran. Given this week's change...
I hope they hold their nerve. It took one set of pretty bad, but still, not absolutely catastrophic, local election results for Keir Starmer to start tweeting like he's about to do the 14 words. Like, what do you mean hold their nerve? They don't have nerve.
Or principles, or values.
Yeah. They're a Morgan McSweeney fucking fever dream. There's no underpinning to any of it.
Winter fuel payments, does the Prime Minister need a roadmap considering he keeps making U-turns?
Well, it's not, I wouldn't say just U-turns, breaking various pledges that they made before the election to get elected, whether it's national insurance, which they said they wouldn't put up, but they have, whether it's reducing the use of hotels to house illegal migrants, so they said they'd bring down, and they haven't, it's gone up, whether it's saying that they weren't going to tax our family farmers, but they did. Again and again, you can't trust what the man says, I'm afraid, from week to week. Now, of course, I welcome the fact that they made this decision. It was more than 10 million people affected by that decision. I had about 20,000 pensioners in my constituency that were affected and who contacted me over winter and told me the stories of the difficulties that decision took. And both the winter fuel payments and the triple lock weren't done for no particular reason. They were done because we had an issue with pensioner poverty in this country. Of course, I accept there are some better off pensioners, but there are also some very poor pensioners.
Okay, pause.
And pension credit.
Interestingly, the people who he brought up were farmers who get taxed when they're multimillionaires.
Yep.
He brought up businesses who actually have to be pretty large businesses to actually get hit by the national insurance rise anyway. Not like they're not small businesses, not like the really small businesses that get hit by that. And then he also talks about pensioners, of which 20% are millionaires.
Yeah.
Interestingly, didn't bring up the disabled, right? He said, oh, we did these things to had a pensioner poverty problem. It was true, right? It was true. It was good that we fixed the pensioner poverty problem. Yet, for the entirety of the time that they were in government, from the triple lock and the winter fuel payment, obviously, which was slightly before they came into government, but the triple lock was something that they put into place in the Conservative government. For those 14 years, the disabled have continually been driven further and further and further into poverty through reforms that they did. Ian Duncan Smith had to resign because the disability reforms they wanted to do after the first set was so punitive, not even the monster that he is wanted to stay in government to put them into place. And now this current government are going even further in cutting welfare. Does this Conservative, does this fucking Tory mention a single disabled person? Does he fuck?
No.
Does he fuck? No, he's too busy defending millionaire farmers, I tell you.
Because those are the undeserving bad paws. For some reason.
Yeah, the mental health mafia, as a Labour source was said to have called them for The Guardian.
Wow, I hope that person gets cancer.
It was one way in which we tried to tackle that, but actually the winter fuel payment as a quick and simple way to ensure that people were able to heat their homes over winter was an effective policy that made a difference. And as you said, Fiona, now we're in the situation where they don't know, are they going to get it, aren't they going to get it? They might already be the sorts of people that try and financially plan throughout the year, and they can't really do that now. They need to very quickly tell people what that decision is going to be, who will and won't still be left out, and I think that's very important. And I know people sometimes think that, this narrative that the pensioners had it easy. You've got to think about why we introduced that idea of the pension going up in a regular way. It's because actually if you're retired, if you're on a pension, when the economy changes around you, inflation, wages go up, you're not part of that. That money doesn't come to you, your wages don't go up, you don't get a raise just because prices have gone up. So those mechanisms are there to ensure that relatively pensioners don't become poorer and poorer over time, and I'm proud that we brought that intervention in, and as I said, it made a big difference to pensioner poverty over the time that we were in government.
Okay. Man there in the glass in the middle.
If it's just about the relationship to living standards, why not just index it to inflation?
Yeah.
The triple lock again. I'm not saying you have to get rid of it, right? But if your justification for this is that we need to keep sure that living standards increase, right? Well, most people would say the replacement for the triple lock would be to peg it to inflation, which is doing the same thing that you're justifying the triple lock here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get this argument. And again, he says, well, I don't know why people say pensioners have it easy. And I'm like, well, statistically they do.
Yeah.
Statistically, they are the people in the country who are the least likely to be in poverty.
They are the richest section of society, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, the rationale he just gave there is a lie. The reason he cares about pensioners not being poor is because pensioners vote. And poor people tend not to.
And they vote for him specifically.
Yes.
And the disabled never, ever, ever vote for the Tories because the UN had to send somebody to this country to describe what the Tories did to the disabled as a violation of their human rights, right?
Yeah.
We did international human rights violations on the disabled that drastically increased poverty for the disabled. And for some reason, this guy fails to mention the plight of them. Yeah, he's talking all about the pensioners, which 20% are millionaires. I wonder why.
Personally, I'm very relaxed about the government doing U-turns, and I wish governments would U-turn more often when they realise they've got something wrong, and it shows a certain humility to put your hand up. But the bigger concern I have is about that word that's been mentioned about a roadmap, which is the more glaring issue facing this country is the total absence of a strategic vision for the country. And I think in Keir Starmer we have someone who is an administrator. He's a placeholder for someone who's going to come in. He's cleaned up the Labour Party. He's solved some of the problems around anti-Semitism.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
balls.
you're a wanker. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks. I was about to say he's making a vaguely good point, but his accent annoys me, and now I know why.
And of course, like, how can you still be going with the anti-Semitism stuff after everything you've seen in Gaza? Like, how can you do this?
Yeah.
He's doing some sensible things, but he's tinkering around the fringes. What he doesn't have is a vision of what kind of UK he wants to build for the 5.
You know who did? The guy who you just impugned as an anti-Semite.
For opposing genocide.
For opposing genocide, yeah. Again, I hope bad things happen.
10-year horizon, what kind of values we're going to have, how we encourage and incentivise wealth creation. And when you don't...
God, bald. Absolutely, he is really at the bald twat axis, the real top right-hand corner of the bald twat axis.
Can someone find his name and put it on the trebuchet list, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. Tesco Gulag.
Have that, what you end up with is a philosophy of redistribution that simply takes a diminishing pie and then passes...
Can we turbocharge him up that list for the trebuchet, please?
Yeah, just be more entrepreneurial.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It out to prisons. If prisons win, then the health service has to lose. If we fund Ukraine, then our pensioners can't heat their homes. We should be able to do all of this if we can grow the economy. And you don't grow the economy by increasing capital gains tax and taking less tax income year on year, as we have done.
That's
capital
not
gains
true.
Is down from the...
He's lying. Oh my God, no, he's not lying. He's taking a fucking article by the Times that took figures from fucking when the Tories were in power. Capital gains receipts have massively increased since the fucking October budget, since capital gains tax went up. The Times and GB News tried to spread this propaganda based upon the fact that there was a reduction in capital gains paid when the Tories were in government because profits were smaller in shares, the fewer shares were sold, and then trying to compare that to what happened after the budget raised capital gains tax, as if it was the capital gains tax itself that dropped that revenue, when the revenue went up from the low point under Jeremy Hunt to a high point after the capital gains tax rate was increased. Like, it's just a so obvious and naked attempt to hoodwink the public into thinking that raises tax on the rich was bad from the Times and the Telegraph and GB News. And people like this are just fucking lapped up uncritically.
Yeah, I didn't realise that bone marrow cancer had become a person.
Oh, dear Christ.
Hey, hello, my left eye. How are you? Everyone go follow my left eye.
The high of 17 million 4 years ago to about 13.5 million. You don't increase growth by taxing non-DOMs who pay, on average, the same amount of tax as 500,000 average UK
Gulag.
taxpayers.
Gulag. Okay. Gulag. Straight to Gulag. Do not pass go.
Yeah. Won't someone think of the non-DOMs?
You don't increase growth by increasing employers' national insurance contributions, so it's more expensive.
Oh, I think we know who the Tory plan is. Okay. Honestly, the bald union, the bald wanker union, is out in force tonight.
For them to employ people.
I'm just going to interrupt you only because we've got about 30 seconds left.
And you're a boring cunt. Shut the fuck up.
You've made a lot of comments very articulately and powerfully, and I must let Nick respond, given that they're all directed towards the government. You've only got about 30 seconds.
Keir Starmer's leadership, taking us to where we're in opposition to government, has been remarkable. He has a plan for change to deliver safer streets, a better...
Actually, I don't know which one I hate more. But him or Nick Thomas-Simons. Because they're both just talking shit. So, I don't know.
Better NHS, better opportunities, all driven by a plan for growth. And I have to say, if you want to see an outstanding example of his leadership, just look at what he's done in the world stage leading in Europe. It's been remarkable.
OK. You don't look...
Fucking hell.
Also, again, well, I mean, it's worth not rather than just insulting him and calling him bald, because of course I can and have done that, because it's worth insulting him. He is bald and he is a prick. It's worth debunking the shit that he's saying, right? The idea that economic growth can't happen when you tax is nonsense. That's just total nonsense. There are plenty of governments that tax more than we do, that have higher growth than we do. There is no necessary kind of correlation between these two things. And one thing that businesses do need to be able to employ people, one thing that a country does need to be functioning, one thing that growth relies upon, for example, is a population that can actually go out and be productive. Because of course, growth comes from work, from labor, from people doing work, from being productive, from increases in productivity, which is not linked to how much you do or don't tax businesses or non-doms or capital gains, for example. You need innovation and you need workers. Those are the two things that you need. How you distribute those gains is entirely political. When it comes to things such as people being productive, what do you think is going to be more likely to lead to productive workforce? A funded NHS or a beleaguered NHS, right? There's going to be no profits to tax if people can't go out to work because they're too sick, because people have destroyed the NHS like the Tories tried to do, right? For better for worse, I don't like this Labour government, but at least this Labour government is doing one thing by at least putting money into a failing health service that is quite literally the backbone of a functioning fucking society, right? This guy would think, oh, we just don't put any money into the healthcare service because that would mean the non-doms would leave. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Like, you need these people to be productive and they need to be healthy to do it, which requires spending on the NHS. And quite frankly, wealthy motherfuckers who didn't pay tax here in the fucking first place because they were non-dom, or who paid so little tax that they were literally paying half the rate of people who actually have jobs where they are productive just because they're sitting on the assets that fucking gained value whilst they drank lattes or champagne in the bathtub. Like, no, these people should pay more fucking tax so that people who go out and do the work, who create the wealth of the society, can have a healthcare service that helps them do that.
Yeah.
Basic shit.
But also he is a bald wanker.
Also, indeed, bald.
Satisfied by that, but there you are. That's the answer you're going to get, I'm afraid.
Plan for growth one more time without seeing the plan for growth.
Yeah. Right. Okay. You made your point.
Dulwich. I'm just going to say Dulwich.
Okay, that is it for this week. Next week.
Well, thankfully we went out on a fucking low note. Good. Awesome.
Thank you, Volition85, for the Prime sub. Free Palestine indeed.
Indeed so. I'm glad that as Israel have been killing 14,000 babies over the last 48 hours, we didn't bother talking about that tonight on Question Time. Didn't need to mention that at all. Absolutely fine. It's not like this week it was found that the British government have been selling record numbers of weapons to the Israeli government in order to do that genocide. So why would you need to talk about it on the leading national broadcaster political show? Why would you bother?
Well, it's much more important to understand whether or not the millionaire pensioners get their money or not. That's the important thing.
But at least, well, thankfully, at least we didn't get Chagos banter.
Oh my god, I mean, I kind of did want this with Chagos banter, just so that literally anyone could have gone, no one fucking cares. Why do you care? Get some real problems.
Yeah, like literally, this is fucking bullshit.
We did get the fish first, good point of chat.
We did get to talk about fish, that is true. Why are we picking on the fish? It's a fucking good question.
I mean, to be fair, Crawl the Wall, right? We didn't. I'm not necessarily trying to replicate the agora in my comment section and in my chat.
Yeah.
I understand that we do want there to be some level of intellectualism, but this isn't there is a level of irreverence that I think is at least worth taking the edge off how shit Question Time is.
Also, you will get proper high quality political analysis when I'm not here. So if you just put up with Helena dropping her standards to meet me at my level, and you can get proper banter from her other times.
Also, it's also Suj, like I did specifically talk about the bald twat axis, right? So there is an axis of bald and twat, right? And you can be based and bald like a Mick Lynch.
True.
You can be, or you can be a twat and bald. The other, literally the opposite end of that axis, right? The bottom, the other corner of that axis, which was like that guy or Kieran Mullen, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's true, and a political baldness can even inflect the most hirsute. It's very true. It's very true. Like West Streeting is very much in the not bald but twats corner of those axes.
Well, quite so. Quite. So, yeah, okay. Well, everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all of the platforms.
Yeah, and go follow KF Local 1875. I implore you. I command you. I command you to do so.
Who should we go over to? I don't.
That's Merrick is streaming for once.
Oh
Should we
wow!
stream ready
Okay,
to Merrick?
yeah, Merrick's fucking dope. Go and say hello to
Yeah.
Merrick. One of the few good people from Texas.
It's true.
Yeah. Where are we? Merrick DeVille. There we go. Okie doke, everyone. Go and say hello to Merrick, whose stream is about to start.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, hopefully that will start by the time that all of our raids finish.
Yes.
Yes, you're back tomorrow with Christy for.
I am indeed.
Happy hour.
We'll be doing a happy hour. We haven't done one for a couple of weeks for various reasons. We've got like ships in the night. We've just missed one another. So yeah, we've got a lot of bullshit to deal with, and we'll probably just be. We've gone into a very nice pattern of just taking the piss out of Elon Musk, which is nice. That's always
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like an endless kind of cavalcade
He does
of
deserve
things
it,
that you're
yeah.
able to pick apart of what he says and
Indeed.
does.
Indeed.
I mean, like somehow Thunderfoot. That's what Thunderfoot does now. All these release videos about Elon Musk is a twat. And you know what? The redemption arc.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I vastly prefer that than his other targets. Let's say. Yeah. Everyone go and follow No Justice. Oh, we've already done that bit. Thank you all for listening and watching Free Palestine.
And go make sure you follow Kev to watch Happy Hour tomorrow when I'm away. Bye, everyone.
Bye.